notably Christianity and Islam, by giving them representatives of these two major religions representation on the National Media Commission, a body that is supposed to insulate the media from governmental control, as well as ensure that the media operate in accordance with certain professional and normative standards. So there is certainly Ghanaian secularism is not French secularism, and it is not, the secularism that, as we know in other societies, we have our own kind. The Constitution makes mention of religion in many different parts and capacities. So there is that basic landscape that the Constitution paints. There are also a number of issues. We've done extremely well as a country with interfaith committee, you might say, as part of our social cohesion. Religion has not, I would say, not that I wish it, but has not yet, certainly not assumed the kind of polarizing dimension that political parties appear to have assumed within our society and in our politics. So that's a good thing for social cohesion. And one of the very important principles we set ourselves as a committee when we started this work, we agreed on a set of guiding principles that will govern the work that we do, how we approach the work, the kinds of recommendations that we would make at the end of the process. And one of them was that we would do nothing that will undermine social cohesion. On the contrary, that whatever we do must at the very least preserve or better still enhance social cohesion among other goals. So we take that seriously, that principle seriously, and that is part of what is guiding our work. So while we are very pleased with the state of interfaith relations in Ghana generally, we also know that occasionally there are some flashpoints, clashes between whether it's from the church-mosque state angle or church-mosque-society angle. Every now and then there are issues around, for example, the debates around the National Cathedral. Basically dominated the conversation in the last maybe several years, few years, in the last term or two of the last administration. Every now and then issues arise about the government's role in the sponsorship of or support for one or the other religious celebration, whether it's the Hajj or pilgrimage to some other place that is important to a particular religious faith. So some of these issues come. This particular area requires some dedicated conversation. But beyond that, religionists or of different persuasions are also first and foremost citizens of the country. So we're not confining you or this conversation to just religion, but we have encountered all manner of viewpoints, opinion on a wide range of issues affecting the governance of this country. And I have known, I know that, the clergy have, oftentimes very strong opinion on how this place is governed. So outside of the realm of religion or faith, there are also, there's room in this conversation for opinion around all manner of issues, corruption, anti-corruption, party politics, polarizing society, and all of those things. The quality of governance, there's the same concern citizens have about, yes, democracy, but where is the development? Those kinds of issues. So all of that is on the table for today. And I will usually, in the past, what we have done is have an anchor presentation that comes from the participants one presentation that paints a broad view of the issues and then anchors the conversation for the day. Unfortunately, we do not have one such anchor presentation, and maybe it's just as well, so it's a very open forum, open-ended in that respect. So you can take my remarks as painting the broad picture of some of the things that concern us and that we would like for you to share some perspectives with us today. I think we can start. We have a full house, thankfully, and we are very grateful for that. We can start by, well, let's start on the right, not to discriminate against the left, but let's start from the right at the tail end and have a round of introductions across the round table and then behind us. And then once we're done, we can open up the conversation for various perspectives to be expressed. Please, the mic to the...
Just a quick intervention. Considering that this is a faith community that is meeting, I propose that to be appropriate, we say a word of prayer. To be appropriate, we say a word of prayer as a faith community before we proceed.
Sure, you're free to do so. Sure. Yeah, sure. Since you have offered to do that, is it an interfaith prayer or what kind of prayer is that? Or maybe you do yours and the other...
when we go to Parliament, Speaker prays and that is it. I pray and it covers everybody.
Well, yes. I think I will follow the Constitution's non-discrimination principle and have some other faith people also. Maybe they close the session as we traditionally or conventionally do. You can start with a particular prayer and then we can end with another one. So that there is balance.
Sure. Okay, let us pray. Almighty Father, we thank you for the gift of this day. We thank you for bringing us together as key stakeholders in the development of our dear country under the auspices of the Constitutional Review Committee. Lord, we invoke your presence to be with us from now to the end of this engagement. Let everything that is discussed go a long way to enhance the 1992 Constitution, that will have a better living document that will guide the aspirations of all of our people. At the end, Ghana will continue to grow by leaps and bounds in every sphere of our national life. So Lord, begin with us, continue with us, and end with us. In the name of Christ Jesus our Lord. Amen.
From the tail end of the round table.
My name is Hassan Diabate. Can you hear me? Hassan Diabate. I'm a lawyer and I'm with the delegation from the Office of the National Chief Imam.
Education Committee.
Delegation from the Office of the National Chief Imam.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Sheikh Armiya Shaib. I speak for the National Chief Imam and also a member of the Governing Board of National Peace Council.
I'm Bishop Sando, Acting Chief of Staff for Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams.
My name is Bishop James Kesa, Action Chapel, and representing the Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams.
Ayukwetu is my name, President of the Gadangbe Council.
Manya Anana One. I'm also with the Gadangbe Council.
I'm John Mensah Anang with the Gadangbe Council.
Reverend Jihoyada Godwin Amuzu, Christian Council of Ghana.
I'm Apostle Emmanuel Tete, General Secretary for the Ghana Pentecostal and Charismatic Council, please. Reverend Dr. Cyril Fayese, General Secretary, Christian Council of Ghana.
Very Reverend Emmanuel, representing the Methodist Church. We are two representatives here.
Reverend Father Clement Kwesi Eje, Secretary General, Ghana Catholic Bishops Conference.
All right, Reverend Dr. Abraham Nano Parekwachi, Moderator, Presbyterian Church of Ghana.
I'm Reverend Canon Dr. Patrick Okanda Botie, the Pro-Locator for the Church of Bronze of Ghana.
I'm Venerable Anthony Mokechi, Provincial Secretary, Church of the Province of West Africa, Anglican Communion.
I'm Felix Ode Anansi, Bishop of the Anglican Diocese of Kofredwa, part of the Anglican delegation.
Right Reverend Samuel Kofi Osabute, the second delegate from the Methodist Church Ghana, representing our presiding bishop. On the national level, we also serve as the chairman of the Greater Accra Regional Peace Council.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Ibrahim Ajilate. I'm the coordinator and chairman of the FMC, Federations of Muslim Councils.
Good morning. I'm Teku Saba with the Presbyterian Church of Ghana, but also an executive council member of the Christian Council of Ghana. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Suebatu Yakubu with the Federation of Muslim Councils Ghana.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm a member of, I'm called Ismail Alutot, and I'm a member of Federation of Muslim Council.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abdurrahman Sule, member of the Federation of Muslim Council.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Justice Said Kokujani, one of the deputies to the Amir of Ghana, representing the Ahmadiyya Muslim Mission Ghana.
Good morning, Assalamu alaikum. Al-Hajj Muhammad Amir Bakbar is my name. I'm the General Secretary of the Federation of Muslim Councils of Ghana.
Abdul Jalil O. Ampansan, member FMC.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Alhaji Ishao Tete, member of the FMC, Federation of Muslim Council.
I'm Dennis Apua Sasaku from the Ghana Catholic Bishops Conference.
I'm Mahimo Eninkra from the Ghana Pentecostal and Charismatic Council.
I'm Reverend Alex Danso Ohimi, President of the Ghana Evangelical Convention and Executive Council member of the Christian Council.
I'm Ophelia Ablo with the Gadangme Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is indeed a full house. I think only the Pope couldn't make it this morning. We also invited representation from the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, or, well, the Secretariat, if there is no ministry. We have a long list of other invited persons, but I think those who couldn't make it are well represented here, and we did get confirmations and other notes to that effect. So thank you really very, very much for making time to be with us here today. I think as I indicated in my opening remarks, we will probably have the conversation in two different segments. We can begin with, well, without trying to, maybe to bring some structure to the conversation, we can begin with those issues that pertain to faith, specific to the faith community. So issues to deal with interfaith relations, issues to deal with church, mosque, state relations, issues to deal with church, mosque, society relations. And then we can go to the second segment of the conversation to deal with governance generally and the constitution and democracy and whatever it is that you have an opinion on in relation to how this country is run and organized, so that we can get some bit of structure to it. And of course, under each of these broad headings, there are a number of issues. So of course, with interfaith relations, we are interested in how you see the current landscape. What are some of the concerns? What are some of the opportunities for strengthening interfaith relations so that we can enhance social cohesion? On the church-mosque state relations, how exactly is this working? There are some concerns around, some certain activities of certain organizations in the religious community. There are some calls have been made, submissions have been made about some regulatory framework for religion and state, and the role of the state in that relationship. There are some who feel that there is excessive even attempt to control the state by religious bodies. Some people think states agencies are intruding too much into religious affairs and need to keep a healthy distance. There are all those issues that come up, litigation around religious schools, public schools nonetheless, and access to that privilege or opportunity by citizens of other faiths. And then at the church-mosque-state interface, there are issues around, the clashes every now and then, the clash of rights between maybe culture, tradition, and religion. Of course, we don't have any representative from the traditional religions. They are not as organized a religion as the other two, and that might explain their usually less influential role or participation in these conversations. But they are there, and some people believe that they've been cast out, and that we have this duopoly looking like our duopoly in our political parties. We have a duopoly also in the religious sphere that has shut out other traditional, other viewpoints. So these are all fair questions, and so we can have that discussion. Then once we are done, anything that we can talk about. Corruption is certainly one of the issues that, because it has a moral dimension also, people tend to want to know the opinion and the proposals from the religious community on how we might handle that and their role in assisting the state in handling that particular issue. So absent an anchor presentation, the floor is open. Anyone can go first.
All right.
Okay, somebody already has a mic. Please feel free to start.
Thank you very much. My name is Cyril Fayose, representing the Christian Council of Ghana. We have a few issues here on the first segment. The first one is in the reviewed constitution, we want to see Ghanaian family values reaffirmed unambiguously, to recognize only two types of gender and or sex, that is the male and female sex. and other LGBTQ plus activities and their teachings, promotion, sponsorship, in whatever form or shape, prohibited in Ghanaian society. So that is one. In the spirit of the above, therefore, the Christian Council of Ghana affirms our support for Ghanaian Family Values Bill, which was passed by the 8th Parliament, but was unfortunately not assented to by the President. Moving forward, it is our considered view that this time round the bill be government-sponsored through the Office of the Attorney General. This is to avoid the legal challenges that the previous bill suffered. We expect that this bill will be treated under the certificate of urgency since all the work on it had already been done. This is one of two issues that came up in the joint meeting with between the Christian Council of Ghana and the Catholic Bishops' Conference that we want to highlight. The other one had to do with the election of MMDCs, but that is in the other segment, so I will leave that out for now. Mr. Chairman, Professor Chairman, in your introduction, you mentioned, you made mention of secular. Ghana is a secular state. And that is also of concern to us. It's not in what we have here, but is there any way we can polish that a bit? Because the moment you said secular, you had to go on to say that, but we are not atheistic. And then you went on to say, references have been made to religion. The very first line talks about God and so on and so forth. Secular means non-religious, non-spiritual. So that's our problem. And every now and then, when issues come up, references are made to that Ghana is a secular state, so shut up, you religious people. Usually, such references are made. So, in fact, with the whole National Cathedral thing, I think some of that also came up. So, is it possible to take another look at that word? You also mentioned that it's not like the French secular. This is another kind of secular. So, because for me, my understanding of the Ghanaian situation is that Ghana is a multi-religious country. Very, very religious, about 99.9% religious. If you take the three major religions, Islam, Christianity, and traditional religion. Almost all of us are religious. So when you start a constitution by saying that we are a secular state, it becomes a problem. So those are a few things I would like to mention. Maybe my colleagues will add some to it.
Hello. Yes, thank you. Today we have a number of senior figures of the faith with us. And we are looking at a constitutional review which could affect some of the things that they also do. I'm worried about regulation. All professions try to do some self-regulation. The Ghana Bar Association, the judiciary, the engineers, when somebody is misbehaving, he is put before a disciplinary committee. Now you have a proliferation of churches and prophets and people giving themselves all kinds of titles. And anybody says he has the faith, he's been called. It's not a call, they're calling. So he's gotten a calling to start a church. And all kinds of practices, agrada type of practices go on. And nobody is regulating anything. And the use of professional academic titles, everybody says now, Reverend Doctor, Reverend Doctor, Reverend Doctor. Do they go together? Is every reverend also a doctor? What type of doctor is that? What doctorate is it that they have? So as we meet here in this solemn room, I want us to also look at some of these things and to find out whether they cannot regulate themselves, or we should go the Rwandan way to tell them that if you don't have a degree in theology or you don't have this, you cannot practice. We may not need that if there is self-regulation. We may not. But just anybody gets up anywhere and he says he's got a calling. A very dangerous, theories are being put in people's heads, and something, I don't speak a lot of tree, but there's something called quantre. They will put you to do this, go and do this, go and do that. What is that? So I'm raising this matter just for the consideration of those of us here, and maybe when we leave here, whether we can continue the conversation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to give a direct response, or maybe just express a view. The issue about religious proliferation is a natural tendency. Because even among the Gans, that's what we call Agbanfoache, who makes sure that anybody who brings a foul spirit is regulated. What it means is that our forefathers knew very well that people would bring things that are not right. But you see, to regulate a religious institution is very dangerous in the sense that, Jesus made a statement that if you don't take care, you may end up removing the weed and the wheat. And so what we need to do as a church is to be teaching the right thing so that our members are able to identify who is wrong and who is right. And it is happening both in African traditional religion and the Christian faith. And even the Islamic faith, they know about what we call Shifism, Sufism. Those because as a student of religious studies, we know what happens everywhere. And also, it's an issue with us to do with the fact that we are confronted with many issues. And people are bound to find way of having solution to the problem. So how about this? So it's not necessarily a Christian issue, but it's a religious issue you might look at. Now, in response to that, I also want to make a point here, as we have met today, that the chairman made a statement with regards to ban on drumming and the Christian faith. And as at yesterday morning in our church, a young man almost entered the church. When we were not playing drums, the drums are covered, everything is covered. And all that he said was that somebody was holding a mic. And so they came to me and I pulled him outside and I told him, do you know me? What my stand in African traditional religion is even more than you and the one who sent you. Because my father was the traditional priest, Bobo Kanja, and therefore I understand more than you. But let me ask you a question. If you have 400 people in the room, how could you speak to them without using a mic? Then it was quiet. I'm bringing this issue up so that once our constitution allows for local practice, which is the customary practice, after 40 years, it becomes more of like a law. It should be taken from the traditional authority, which is also a religious faith, so that it is handled by a law enforcement agency, and then we will know. Because you see, when the young guy entered the room, the guys, our church members could have took him away and probably lynched him. And that will also be bad on us and the state. How are we making sure that in doing all this, we bring sanity into the system? Because a lot has gone on, and people have targeted churches. I have never seen an Orthodox church being attacked before until yesterday in my church. We have been at this place for 7 years, at least myself. It has never happened before. But what we saw yesterday tells that if care is not taken, it reached a point where we are not able to regulate this issue. So we should look at some of these things in making sure that once the nation accepts that local practice is part of whatever in the way in the law, then the state handles this issue than leaving it in the hands of individuals. Some of them don't even know who they are. They don't have accreditation. They don't have. They are not regulated in a way, and then they can cause trouble, and it will hit our face going forward. So those are some of the things I want to talk about. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I was beginning from where Reverend Farise left off in terms of the secular state that we have. The Constitution has declared Ghana
as a secular state. The only thing about religion is freedom of religion. What is secular state, religion aspects have been relegated to the background, and that is why this is happening. So we should go back, look at our definition of our state, and whether we like it or not, as he said, we are very much religious. So if you pretend by importing what is the outside world is doing, the America, the Europe, and so on, you know what is happening to their country now? Taking away religion. And they want to do that. So we imported this into our constitution. And you realize, Prof knows better than I do, that in fact, this constitution is not actually ours. You must begin to rethink. Maybe use the word reset a constitution also. Otherwise, so because of that, religion is not regulated. How can a human community live without devoid of regulations? There will be chaos. That's what is happening now in our religious setup. So that part should be looked at critically. Secular state, what does it mean? Me, I don't understand.
What's your proposal?
Our proposal is that we must look at our constitution well and then put something there. That secular state is not enough. Yes. So we better find a word and make sure that religion plays active role. For example, education, talk of morality, corruption, and so on. The missions brought education before even the governors, the government, and so on. And now they have been relegated to the background gradually. We want partnership, even though that is not there now, but we also talk about it too. Partnership in our educational system.
It doesn't exist?
No.
We all went
it doesn't.
To public school.
You're right, but it doesn't exist.
When I went to advanced secondary school, we had church service. Whether you were Muslim or not, you attended at the time. We attended church service. It remains the same. I have been back to my school as an alum. Now it's 100 times more religious in terms of the celebration. So this sense that somehow the state has gotten irreligious, or that we have relegated religion to the background. When I was growing up, state functions did not begin with, I think they poured libation at the time when I was growing up. It is no longer the situation. We say Christian prayers and Muslim prayers to begin and end state functions. So this idea, again, it's perception, but maybe it's personal to me. I fail to see how religion in Ghana has become some victim of a secular state. When the Constitution says that, in fact, the Constitution doesn't say itself that it's a secular state. We deduce that from the way the Constitution paints the picture, right? So all it means is that there is no state religion. We have state and we have society. Society is very, very, very religious, as indeed many societies are. The state is just saying that we respect the religious diversity of our society. So we will not pick a religion, but our citizens are free to hold religious beliefs, diverse religious beliefs, and to practice them and manifest them. So all the state is saying is that we are not a theocratic state, as a republic, but our citizens are free to be pluralistic in their choice of religion. It is like saying that we are a multi-ethnic state, country, society, but we are not an ethnic state, even though Akan is predominant. Even though most people speak Twi, we are not a Twi state, but we are a ethnically pluralistic state. Notwithstanding that in society, a particular ethnicity might, by virtue of culture or history or whatever, predominate in their, in terms of their influence in the society. So I think the fundamental issue here is there's no hostility to religion in this republic, right? I mean, unlike, and when I say French secularism is actually irreligious. It just doesn't want religion in the public square at all. That's not our kind. Our kind of secularism actually accepts the fact that we are religious people, which is why I say we are not atheistic. We are theistic state, right? We affirm a belief in God, but we don't make selection among religion. We leave our citizens free. And I think that the best analogy is with the ethnicity and the language issue. There is society, and then there is state. So the state is more like an arbiter in the middle, and saying that we will not adopt a particular religion, but we will allow our citizens to practice their religion because we cannot impose a particular faith on anybody. So when you say that we should do something about this, exactly what are you asking for? That we should say that Ghana is a Christian state, it's a Christian nation, or Ghana is an Islamic Christian nation, Christian Islamic nation? Exactly, I think, we are looking for clear proposals, right, in terms of reviewing this constitution. Is there anything about Ghanaian secularism that is broken? If it is not broken, this is what we are looking for, solutions to problems. Is there some problem with the fact that Ghana is a secular republic and yet allow all religious belief to be manifested, to be practiced? The proposal you are making promotes social cohesion, or will it not? You need the state to your policy. Is that really what it is that we, so that for me is the issue.
Thank you, Prof. I think our meeting here is, to make it simpler, it's not an academic session, but we want something that's so practical. So, this word, secularism, secularization, secularity.
Word in the Constitution.
It is not in the Constitution.
It's not the
exactly. But I think we should find a way, either in the preamble or in the beginnings of the Constitution, where we capture the role of religion. But religion in the generic sense. The generic sense. Because, as we are all here, generically, we all believe in one God. But we can differ in how we conceptualize that God. We can differ. But generically, we believe in it. And that is why our Constitution begins with, in the name of the Almighty God. That's one. Two, our national anthem begins with God bless our homeland Ghana. The national pledge ends, so help me God. Indeed, in the exercise of the present executive power of swearing people into office, it ends with, so help me God. And I swear in the name of the Almighty God. So I see some inconsistency here. And that inconsistency must be resolved. Where we know, where we place that Ghana is a nation that has a deep sense of God. That we may differ in the religions that we belong to. I think, for me, that is where I think we will be able to find a way so that from that follows how religion plays a role and what role the Constitution will give to the religion, generally speaking. I think that is the one point that, and then the issue of religious, still in the preamble, in solemn declaration and affirmation of our, that aspect is where I think we should include our belief in the Almighty God. It must include, can you look at the preamble for me where, yeah, for example, and in solemn declaration affirmation of our commitment to, it just states freedom, justice, probity, and accountability. But an affirmation of our belief in the Almighty God needs to be added. Because from our faith flows the issue of morality that you brought up. It guides. And there are common moral virtues and values that we here all share. Christian, Muslim, traditional, the issue of peace, love for the nation, protection of state property, sacrifice, true service to the country. These are all matters of morality, which we all share. So I think that it is in the preamble that we will be able to state clearly a certain thing that captures that the religion has a role to play, so that will now resolve the issue of the inconsistency about whether secularity and secularization. Because secularization is just to remove God in the equation. That one is a process. To remove God in this equation, you are doing secularism. But secularism, like you have defined, is that no one religion is given the dominance or to be made the basis for governance. That is secularism. But secularization is to remove God from the equation.
And that is not in the Constitution.
And to explain the point my brother made, I think that the issue falls within the educational sector, where there is state-religion partnership in management of education. I think that is where, because I have worked there before, I think that is where there's gradual attempt to push religion to the periphery, where religion no more has a role to play in our educational system. But rightly speaking, we can see manifestation of religion and respect for religion in our public affairs. And that one is very, very clear. Politicians do come. National events, we see the prayer have been said. And now, even now, this is a manifestation of the fact that religion is being respected for our views to be brought to bear in how we reframe our constitution. So on that grounds, I think that we should be fair to the state, that there is a recognition, but when it comes within the educational sector, which matters most, gradually, religion is being pushed from the center. Thank you.
Sheikh, please, can you repeat what you want us to insert in the preamble under where we affirm? So can you repeat that?
Yeah, maybe.
To guide us, please.
It may not be the best, but I'm only.
Yeah, so please.
I mean, others can also give opinions, respect to.
But you are saying that.
So I'm saying in solemn declaration and affirmation, then we should add before the freedom comes of our belief in the Almighty God and a commitment to freedom, justice, probity, and accountability. And we can add and upholding the value of sociocultural and religious diversity and shared values.
And
upholding the value of sociocultural and religious diversity and our shared values, our shared moral values, or whatever we want to add. Yes.
We will consider it.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I may. I was going to raise, because this man is my good friend, Salam. Salam alaikum. I was just going to raise the issue that he raised, so I'll raise my case because he has said both of things that is. But this is very, very key to our fight against what we were calling foreign things that are coming to us, because these are what the lawyers are quoting. So if you don't get this right, and somebody wants to debate this human values thing that my general secretary said about, this is the preamble they have been quoting, and saying that it's a secular state. So we have no moral values. There are no absolutes. So, Sheikh, you have done well. That is what we need to do. And I said I was going to say, that was what was going to be my contribution to the preamble. We must be clear. Who are we? And what are our values? A constitution generally states the values of the people and what they believe. It's so even in our churches, is that right? In our mosque, if you come to the African tradition, it's the same. So I would like to suggest that I've seen Madam has taken notes. If we can all contribute to crafting it so well that it becomes the basis of our human relationships, and this will now affect whether education or whatever, we'll be able to affirm this. I rest my case.
Hello. I'd also want to say just a little. Although you said the word secular is not in the Constitution, when you were introducing it, it came through.
Oh, sure.
So it means that it's an understanding.
Absolutely.
I believe that that thing must be defined. If we say it's a faith-friendly state, faith-friendly, and that is what is happening. We have all the faiths represented in this country. And so if we say faith-friendly state, that is better than or pluralistic society. We are identifying that, yes, we have other groups in this country. But if we push it to the level where we say it is not in the Constitution, but we are all saying it, that is secular, I believe that we're defeating the point.
Just a little on what the chairman said earlier, in trying to explain the fact that we are a secular state, even though the word secular is not in there. We can say that Ghana is a religious state, but as you explained, the state does not have a particular religion, an official religion. Mm-hmm. It acknowledges the plurality of the religious expressions that we have in the country. So the issue of secular state, it formed the basis of so many arguments. So moving forward, it's a religious state. The state appreciates the multiplicity of religions that we have, but has not chosen a particular religion as its official religion. I think that makes more sense. It defines our identity. If you look at the statistics which I have just looked at, Christians, we are 71.3. Islam, 19.9. Traditional religion, 3.2. And then other religions, no religion, 4.5%. If you add...
But it's a fluid, these are fluid statistics, right? At the beginning of Christianity in Ghana, Christianity was in 71%.
Sure.
Right? So these things evolve, societies evolve.
Yeah.
If you stand on your current status as a numerical majority, to insist that, therefore, we must create, the sovereign must say in the founding text of the Republic that we are this, because that is what we are today. We never know how these things evolve,
Prof,
right?
to the extent that...
So the state has said, we recognize that we are religious people.
Sure.
In the name of the Almighty God. It's an affirmation, it's the very first sentence. That shows you the primacy of that affirmation. It is an affirmation that we are, you say we have no identity. We do. We are a religious people. But there is state and there is society. And part of the challenge of the sovereign is when you are managing a pluralistic society of that kind, where do you stand in the balance, right? You say you respect this, you respect that. And you also mentioned that some of the people don't also believe in religion. If indeed the traditional religions, right, you know, it's because, in my view, they are not organized. If they had an organization, they would probably also make some noise that, look, we are Ghanaian. This is our identity as Ghanaians. They would come and say that these religions are imported. We are the indigenous Ghanaians. How are we that we don't get our libation when we are doing this, whether it's in Accra or in Kumasi? So I think we have gotten to a point where we have managed interfaith relations very well as a country. Certain things that are not broken, you don't fix. You let sleeping dogs lie. Not everything that you have to insist on your power here and there, because sometimes you provoke reactions. We are saying that in this exercise, social cohesion is important to us. We don't want to go to make a proposal that will take us back and start creating problems within our society that we don't know how to manage. We've done well. We've managed this duopoly beautifully. The traditional religion people have accepted quietly that they are. But if we start asking for more, then the Constitution is clearly pro-religion, right? It's clearly pro-religion. And when I say that it is not French secularism and all of those things, there are different kinds of, even Western society, some of them are secular, but they even tax you to give it to the church. So the German secularism is not French secularism. It's probably the French go to the extreme of the spectrum, right? The Americans are somewhere there, the English are here. They are all of them. And we have our own. And we are saying that we affirm these things. Religion is taught in schools. It was taught in my days. It continues to be taught, right? And we allow religious institutions to have schools where their faith is dominant. Their pastors and their clerics are allowed to teach those things. Is that causing a problem in the country? If it is not, should we open a can of worms, a Pandora's box, that would let us have new problems we haven't contemplated? For an exercise like this, I think that is what we should worry foremost about when it comes to religion. Is it causing a problem? Yeah. Mr. Ikwotu said, well, some other person would say, yes, it is causing a problem. The problem is that we have all these unregulated, this is a wild west. Anybody comes, and as long as you cite the name of God, you can do anything. That is our main concern. The citizen will say, that is our main concern. We can't sleep quietly in our neighborhoods because there is, church going on here, mosque going on here, but people have put up with it. People have been quiet generally about these things. But that's also one concern. Should we then say that, and they say, well, state regulation, that one is very dangerous. It's dangerous. We should not touch religion. Yeah. But we should let religion put it front and center in the affairs of state. And I think we should be a little bit measured in the kind of demands we are making of the state. So self-regulatory bodies, professions, journalism, law, it is because they control their membership. They are able to regulate themselves because they control membership. Nobody controls membership in the church or mosque. Anybody can set it up. There are no rules, right? So that is a concern to some people. Is it even in the interest of the religious community or the faith community to have this Wild West unregulated system where anybody comes and it is diminishing the sanctity of your message, the integrity of your message? Now people can't tell a fraud from a legitimate one, and I'm not the one saying it. Pastors are saying it on the pulpit, that now you can't even tell who is who. So there are also counter forces who are saying this. And now you are saying, in spite of all this, we should put more ink in the Constitution that, you know, you are here, you are the honcho.
Yeah.
You know, and I think it is this
Chairman, just let me...
dilemma that we have to confront.
Prof. Chair, may I make a small comment? I think that, thank you very much for the opportunity. I think that there are a number of concerns that are being expressed along the line. And it will be very useful for this meeting to be able to take the issues out one by one so that we can have a greater discussion that is more pointed, which will bring us to some changes as you want us to. Two, I think the problem with the use of the word secularism, which is not in the Constitution, but is often used, lies with its ambiguity, you know, because you have just shown us that there are different forms of secularism. Which kind of secularism do we practice here in Ghana? That I guess is the problem that is being created. Today, maybe, Prof, you understand what you mean by secularism. But in 5-10 years' time, the leaders of this country, we don't know who they would be. What would be their understanding of secularism? Because it's being used, and after being used for a long time, it now becomes the term. But how it is interpreted becomes a problem. They say that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So we may have good intentions, but they may take us elsewhere, way past what you want us to. So I believe that we need to define who we are as a nation and what we represent. There has also been a point, and there's been a point that has been made by the Honorable lawyer equal to a very respected person here amongst us, and chairman of my own people, the Gadangwe. I have often remarked that the issue of self-regulation is important, but we have a number of ecumenical bodies. So the Christian Council is able to regulate the membership of the Christian Council churches. The Pentecostal and Charismatics are able to. But now and then, one or two would appear, and they may not belong to any of these ecumenical bodies. And so we may have to find a way to make the ecumenical bodies mandatory, so that if one does not belong to the ecumenical bodies, one may not operate or something. But truth be said, lawyer Igwe, this country, the people who have endorsed these, he used that, I'm careful when he has to come to examples, but it is because the leadership of this country endorse these people. When it comes to elections, the politicians, the big people in this country, they go to these churches. They seek their endorsement, both sides of the political divide. They go there, and then when they finish, they come back and ask us why we are not regulating them. We cannot regulate people you have gone to endorse publicly, and the TV shows them. And so there's a problem. You cannot create a problem and ask somebody else to solve it. I believe that if we can, within the context of this constitutional review, create opportunity for the ecumenical councils, the Catholic Bishops' Conferences, the Christian Council, the Ghana Pentecostal Councils, there is also the NAC, and there are a few others. If we could put them together so that if anybody wants to start a church or something, I don't know how that would go within the context of the freedom of worship and freedom to start, that kind of thing. That's where the problem would be. But I'm sure that the lawyers might have a way to frame it. But I'm just trying to say that there's a big problem that is created by the people who want us to solve. And until they stop creating the problem, we would not be able to solve the problem.
No, I with your permission, can I pursue this line of, because I see the makings of some interesting. So what are our political leadership not suffering the same? I mean, what you mentioned is fact, right? Yes, they go to these places to seek endorsement, they endorse them, they want political support. But is it not part of the kind of unregulated situation we are in? Because they themselves are afraid to regulate. There is a certain fear, that this is religion, you don't touch, you don't question the authenticity of their faith, right? Part of staying out of religion is like, staying out of chieftaincy. We don't want to install chiefs, so you two don't come and do our politics. We don't want to come to your area, don't come to our area. So there's a way in which the state itself is very careful when it is dealing with religion. It's walking a tightrope and doesn't want to be seen as meddling in matters of faith. That is part of the state's problem. So if a politician, yes, they need votes, so they'll go where they can find it. And if a particular religious leader or somebody who professes that has a following, and it's huge, notwithstanding what other persons in that faith might think of the authenticity of that person's faith, I think in our kind of politics, politicians will go there. But I think it's partly because of this, religion is a no-go area, that kind of thing. Even this conversation that we're having, it's not comfortable for some people. Sitting in my chair, I mean, even if I'm playing devil's advocate or not, it's not comfortable to be raising questions about religion. Somebody will say the guy is heathen or something, right? So we have made it such that you cannot touch the subject. And so the politicians are also caught in it, and they are playing it. But this idea of giving it to the ecumenical bodies to do it, now it sounds fine, because then you don't have one umbrella body trying to, regulate, meddling in the other one's affairs. But like you said, how exactly do you do that? Because new ones can spring up that do not profess to belong to any one of these bodies. Who determines whether they become a member? If they came to the Christian Council to apply, then you could say, no, you don't meet. Doctrinally, we don't think there's a theological problem with you. We don't want you to be part of this group. But if they chose to operate, in some other space, the only thing is that they mention Jesus or they mention Allah, but basically I'm on my own. What are you going to do? And it is not an easy problem for a lawyer. I don't think lawyers can solve it. It's a big theological problem. Oh, you have the solution.
A suggestion, not a solution. Good morning. I'm just wondering. Oh, my name is Charlotte Osei. I'm a member of the committee. We regulate professionals who treat the body, the physical body. I'm saying that we regulate professionals who treat the physical body. We regulate mental health professionals. It's only when it comes to spiritual well-being that we do not regulate. If the bigger bodies are willing to be not regulated, but be tied under some kind of statute like we do with the professionals. So there is a council set up by the bodies that would regulate them and give them the authority to license others. So you cannot operate if you're not registered under that council, which they would determine who constitutes the membership, kind of like the General Legal Council, but not exactly. So a statutory body. But that's the only way that the serious ones can have the authority to start putting some sanity down below. So you cannot just set up a church or become a licensed. Her ladyship is shaking her head already at my suggestion. You cannot set up a church, you cannot be called a reverend unless you are recognized by that body.
But the religious bodies, I mean, the PNDC at some point tried to do something of the kind, right? But I think that it's become a binary issue. Either you regulate or nothing. And I think that is where the problem is. You know, so when somebody mentioned that, yes, it's not a binary issue. There must be an answer somewhere in the middle between those two extremes. But neither the churches don't appear to want it.
Prof, I think, let me help all of us. And help myself. The inception of the Christian faith will find it difficult going with regulation. Because you and I are sitting here, if the church at inception were to go by regulation, the Christian faith would have been destroyed. No, because you see, I mean, right from the beginning, the church was seen as a nuisance. Whether we're under Jewish under or under Nero of the emperor, I mean, it was a nuisance. But Gamaliel made a statement that if it's of God, it will stay. If it's not of God, it will disappear. And that's how the church has grown up to now. And so we are careful in some of these things. And I believe that, like I said from the beginning, our own forefathers had a means of regulating people who bring religion that is not in conformity with what they believe in. I mean, among the Gans, we have the Pele. And the Pele is very pure. If you bring anything in and they're not sure, they will ask you to stay at the outskirts to be sure you are a good religious person before coming in. So they knew all these things and they put in place to do that. As a church, we need to have the idea of some of these things to be able to do, but it's very difficult. And so it's something that's a wake-up call for all of us to go about doing. Because I can assure you that there are religious institutions that have grown today. In the beginning, people were suspicious of them. But today, it's a very powerful institution that has helped the church. I cannot tell you that my father was a traditional priest. When the church was doing crusade, one of the church members of the council of the traditional priests said to my father that he should go and stop the people who were doing the crusade. My father told them that, look, these people that you are seeing are helping us to do what we intend doing in helping and containing and restoring the soul. I mean, that's what he said. And lo and behold, this church, Pentecost then, can you imagine Pentecost in Nungwa? If they had stopped them from the beginning, something would have happened. So we should be, I mean, it's something you should be, like I said, you may end up destroying the wheat and the wheat. And so it's something the church has to do, but we must do it out of sober reflection and make sure that it doesn't cause a problem for us. We have, as a church, have to accept this challenge going forward. Two, the issue about the pluralization, religious pluralist society, it's something we can't run away from it. Because the truth of the matter is that we say it in our pledge, it's the beginning of the Constitution, we say it in our national anthem. What presupposes that, whether we like it or not, this is a religious institution, a religious country. And so, if it is not clear, and we have this mind of secular, of which is not the French secular, but you're also clear talking about, somebody will say that, look, it's a secular, we don't understand. And then they start telling us, why are you praying at programs if it's a secular state? Now that this issue has been raised and we need to address it, God being so good, we have the opportunity of rewriting our constitution or reviewing the constitution. And so, Arimi Yao's suggestion, which was written down, I think it's a very laudable and lucid suggestion that should take care of almost everything, because until you are religiously grounded, I can assure you freedom, probity, morality will be something that will be far-fetched. And therefore, when we declare that we believe in diversity of religion or religious pluralized society, we are saying that based on this, we do all these things. And you and I know very well that the religious institutions in Ghana, African traditional religion, Christianity, Islam, are a force to reckon with in making a nation a stable nation, a sound nation, a center of sanity, a nation of progress. So all these things must be taken into consideration so that better off near future will clap their hands for you as a committee that changed the constitution to make it better than it was. Thank you very much.
It's a statement someplace in the Constitution that affirms the religiously pluralistic character of the Ghanaian, or the Ghanaian society. Must we add ethnicity to ethnically pluralistic? Why not?
Shared value can be added, which is a homogeneous belief.
But what would it do? I mean, what would it do that the Constitution or the Republic is not doing now, right? What would the addition of that, after saying Almighty God, and then you come and say, Ghana is a religiously pluralistic society, or a faith-friendly, actually, you offered a word, a term. Yes, you offered a term.
Lady, she wrote. No, but what you wrote is very sound. And what you wrote is very fun. So I think let's look at it again, and probably it will.
Will it make it easier for the states to regulate? I mean, so part of the challenge we have is you also have to look at the population we're dealing with. We are calling ourselves a deeply religious people. But also there are so many people in our society who are vulnerable. Very vulnerable to deceit, vulnerable to all kinds of messages, right? We also have to worry about their protection. I mean, part of the obligation of the state is to protect citizens from fraudsters, from all kinds of people who prey on the vulnerable.
Yeah.
The state does that in many ways. We protect children because by virtue of their age, they are exceptionally vulnerable to adult influences, all of that. And so we do have situations where you turn on the TV at certain points in the night. These are vulnerable people looking for solutions anywhere out of their existential crisis that they face. They are looking for solutions, material solutions from all kinds of, from poverty, from this. And somebody comes promising the moon, and they say, well, you know, if you drink this water, you know, the disease that you have, because you can't afford to go to the hospital, it will go. Right? These are things happening right in our faces, and it's being done in the name of religion. And if a state looks on and cannot do anything because our hands are tied because this is religion, so we can't touch it. But if it was something else, you know, and then when you do those things, so the state has now become, they can't even touch, even when people are being fleeced of their money by a fraudulent investor, same response. The state is sitting there as a spectator, can't do anything. Must we not have a solution to this problem? You know, so even in the societies that have exported some of the religious denominations to our shores, there are, you know, charity commission, in the Charities Commission or whatever in the UK, you know. I understand that even, you know, attempts to regulate church as part of, say, civil society or NGOs is also resisted by our churches. So what exactly, must the state just sit as a spectator and allow all of this to go on and not be able to do anything and only yield to requests like, okay, change your constitution to put in that we are religious people, but the state is also unable to do anything? It's a quid pro quo. What do you give in return?
Okay. But Prof, you see, let me come back here again. When it comes to certain things, it's very dicey. I can assure you that people go and drink water from no holy church. I mean, there's something called kulonu. You know what kulonu means? Water in the pot, in the traditional house. And I have known no matter of time when people have come, people who you'll be surprised, they are very educated and very, very, I mean, it's elites. I mean, they come to drink this water. These people are not vulnerable. These people are educated, but they have their faith in what they are taking. They are vulnerable in a way. And so I believe that when it strays into criminality, state has to prosecute. I mean, that's the issue. But when it comes to people expressing their faith in things that they are doing, some of it, it's very difficult to draw the line of dichotomy between what is sane and insane. I mean, so it's a very dicey issue.
So much so that you are even unsure or afraid to regulate it. How much of that institution do you want to make itself, its present, deeply embedded in your constitution? It is, I mean, seriously, because you cannot, you don't know what to make of it. You can't regulate it. You are very concerned about certain activities that are being done in its name, but you cannot do anything. And yet this institution is asking for deeper embeddedness in your foundational document. How exactly do you handle it? So you have to understand the dilemma. It's like, you know, on the one hand, the state, stay away. You don't understand what we are doing. You don't understand this matter. It's beyond you. It's above your pay grade. At the same time, put us in all these places, right? How is a state to handle that kind of challenge?
Yeah.
Yes. I think we can have an indefinite dialogue on this issue. This matter is not new, and it's not going to go away soon. When we go into the Bible, as our brother has narrated, the guy who took his father's wife in the book of Corinthians is put there to teach us a lesson. The state was there, the Sanhedrin was there, the church institution was there, there was the apostolate, the leadership of the church that must take responsibility for what was going on in the church. There were different institutions. It wasn't a secular problem, but it's put in the Bible to give us direction about some of the nuances and the challenges that persisted in those days. Now, if we come back into recent history, in the light of all the issues that have been narrated and I've taken also time to listen to, I remember the AFRC also tried to deal with the church. It's the same problem we are talking about that Jerry John Rawlings and others created some amount of law to try to deal with it. I didn't think it went very far. It died off with time. I used to be on GPCC, and this problem came up many times again and again. There was no permanent resolution to the issue, but on foresight, for all the years I've been in church and 46 years traveling in ministry across all countries, you see this problem. But I think in the light of the review, my sincere suggestion is that this problem is not a government issue. It's the responsibility of the religious bodies that are being in place. It's just the enforcement of the rules and the regulations. Now, then the Constitution must have a place that it says the Catholic Council, Christian Council, GPCC, NAC, must have the power and authority to sanction new groups. It should be clearly stated that you can't register with these bodies. And these bodies must have authority to enforce the bylaws and the sanctions. That otherwise we'll end up, one day we will be on the road and end up becoming like Rwanda, where now it's in the frustration to solve this problem that the leadership has gone to the other end. That says they don't have a theological degree, you don't have a master's, you don't have a terminal degree, a PhD, you cannot be a pastor. That may also be far-fetched. So I think the Constitution should have a place where it gives authority to these defined bodies to enforce the rules, that if they come to your church, you have a signboard, you have a cross on your neck, which many people have today, and said, I'm a pastor. The next thing we ask you is, who are you registered with? That's the bottom line. That's the bottom line.
Within the Ghanaian, is there a model that...
The bodies are there. NAC is there, GPCC is there, Christian Council is there. But I don't think there's a law that pushes the new churches to say, go and register. So it becomes a freelance. There's a space where they operate. I don't want to name names, we're on social media. But there are a whole lot of bodies that don't belong anywhere. I think simply saying you are called, if I challenge your call, you also challenge my call. And I'm at a loss, I don't know what to do. Call against your calling. How do I know you are called? How do you also know I'm called? Is your word against my word? So then I leave you alone because I'm not called, you are also not called, we are all not called. So the fact is that somebody must crack the whip, and these bodies must be reinforced and strengthened by government, by statutory authority, whether GPCC, to be able to go and say, no, you cannot do what you are doing. But I don't think there are rules.
But if we did that, would we not then be basically going back to the situation that...
Oh, then, Mr. Chairman, then we should leave the problem alone.
Right, because it appears that if you were to authorize certain bodies to be the ones to admit and to discipline and to sanction, will that not place a hurdle in terms of religious pluralism, right? Because the example he gave, he says, if we had done that...
Okay, then let's take it into the secular world, medical council, law association and all those groups. If they think what you are saying is the point, then those quacks and others should be left alone. But that would be a free fall.
Chairman, I want to offer a suggestion. I want to support the lady. I didn't catch her name, so I was referred to as the lady on the committee who spoke.
Right. Ms. Charlotte Osei.
Yes, yes, yes. Her point that we can regulate certain aspects of religion is very important, is very crucial. I think we do something like registration of religious bodies, for instance. Every religious body goes through companies registration. We can insert certain clauses there. For instance, if you want to register as an educational institution, GTech will ask you certain questions. You have qualified so and so on before they'll register you as an educational institution. We can do same for like church. We are not regulating religion, but we are regulating the process of becoming a recognized religious organization. In the same way with the professionals, the people who are the religious leaders, as Madam said, I don't have to repeat what she said. That can also be controlled in a way by self-regulation, by the religious bodies already in place. But we need the backing of the state. Because if you don't have the backing of the state, that clause that says religious freedom will be quoted to you by any lawyer in court and say that you can't tell me what to do. So I want to throw my weight behind what Charlotte Osei said. Yes, you should be registered with one of the.
Mr. Chairman.
Because we tried this some time ago when Parliament tried to bring in some regulation of religious bodies. We quickly came together as churches in Ghana and had a series of meetings as to how to curb that. We went to the point of even bringing some of our religious bodies together, ecumenical bodies together, to form an apex body so that we can introduce some regulation. But we cannot really, as the case is now, to force anyone to be part of one ecumenical body or the other, because the Constitution guarantees freedom of association. So that is the fundamental problem. But if we can be given some backing, like Lady Charlotte Osei said, for us as the religious bodies to form like a general legal council, where before you become a pastor, for instance, general religious council, before you become a pastor, for instance, you must visit this and be approved by this general religious council. That will help the process.
Mr. Chairman.
I don't know if that makes sense.
I think I just have a question for Reverend Fayose and Bishop Sir. Would you open your reaction to a suggestion that we should make all such religious bodies should be registered with the Ministry of Religious Affairs?
I think
Mr. Chairman.
my voice. Oh.
Mr. Chairman. I think I have an answer to the question you just posed. You see, when you look at constitutional matters, you should not bring legislative actions into it. We have veered from, looking at suggestions for the Constitution, and we are going into legislative matters. Regulation is legislation. Because we can't put legislation in the Constitution. We leave the proper meat in the Constitution. Then when it comes to the peripheral, we go into legislation. Because it's legislation that would, define how to regulate. And so don't let us veer into an area that is slippery for all of us to fall. Let's stay in our domain. Let's look at what we can do to the Constitution to make it beneficial to this country. Thank you.
Constitutional exercise to review the Constitution, where we come across very good suggestions, which may not be implemented in the Constitution, we can make the recommendation that a law should be passed to take care of it. So it is not out of place for such suggestions about regulations to be made.
But this issue has come up as a result of we asking for a bit of a definite, the preamble the preamble and the churches asking for rewording of the preamble so that it takes care of the religious pluralized part. And then Prof was saying that, okay, then when what is done, what is the church giving us? That's what Prof Chama was talking about. And so now that we are making headway, that look, we can redefine the preamble and then make a suggestion that a legislation is made later to take care of whatever the church can also be done. I mean, in this instance, it's a compromise position, and we are good to go.
Yeah. I think that's a fair point, which we've already noted about the religious diversity should be noted in the preamble. I think it's a fair point. Yeah. So that's, we've noted that.
So Chairman, let me respond directly to your question. Your question that you raised. Yes, we are registered. The Christian Council of Ghana is a registered organization. Yes, I think individual churches too now are registered. Yes. But as companies, so they follow the company's procedure, not as religious bodies, just as companies, not for profit, as companies. So that is what we are. So we are registered. But I think we need a bit more recognition to be able to play some of these roles. And I think in the last constitution, there is the Catholic bishops, there is the Christian Council and GPCC. If we can identify all the various groups, what I mean by the various groups is that we know the Catholics, we know the Christian Council churches are mainly the mainline churches. Then we have the Pentecostals, we have the Charismatics. Then now we have the more independent African-initiated churches. If we can have all those groups, and then we say that if you are coming in under any of these groups, please join the group.
Reason why the religious community or faith institutions are there, because we're talking about media, and this is the main channel for disseminating all kinds of messages and information. You know, we are worried about the moral content of some of these messages, the impact on children, all of those things, right? So the religious bodies are there for a purpose, right? As it recognizes their role in our society as, you know, religious, moral educators and stuff like that, right? So I think there was a clear purpose for having them in the Constitution. It's not necessarily to say that these are the only religious bodies. I mean, we couldn't obviously itemize all of them, right? So you choose the most prominent one, the ones with more political power, really, and you say, well, these are the ones in the document. But I think that is an affirmation that when it comes to certain spaces, and you made the point that Ms. Osei had said, okay, you may not be able to regulate them as religious bodies, but maybe certain things they do. And I thought that, you know, I was really looking forward to you landing on that, because she made a very important point about we regulate the institutions or the bodies that deal with our fiscal well-being, our mental health, and then when it comes to our spiritual health, we shy away from it. And I thought you were going to say, oh, so we should enter, right? You know, so but that suggests the kind of difficulty we have. But you also provided another model. If a church sets up a school, we can regulate it through the Ministry of Education, right? So maybe, so I think there are ways in which we can have piecemeal regulation depending on what you are doing. But if, say, okay, let's say you set up, a church sets up a charity to assist the poor. And as part of what they're doing, they are also, of course, it goes with the term, you are proselytizing, you do evangelism and all of that. But at some point, it begins to take on the character of Reverend Jim Jones' cult. And you have, sequestered them in some forest, and the state doesn't know what's going on, and there's all kinds of things. Next thing we know, we have a Reverend Jim Jones situation where, people have taken cyanide and they're all dead. So and the Reverend Jim Jones people, you tell them, before that episode happened, if you had interviewed some of the church members, they would have said, no, they're doing very great things for us as individuals. They're helping us, they're doing charity, they're doing really good stuff. Almost every one of these bodies can have congregants who can point to the great things they're doing for them. Right? And yet, it led to something like that. So it's a real issue, right? And if the theological community can, I think, help us, and I think this conversation is extremely helpful, if they can help us with a way to deal with this problem, I think it would make, it gives you greater legitimacy. You can make a more forceful claim on society, from that vantage point. I thought the ecumenical bodies idea is maybe a beginning of a way to do it, but it's difficult to avoid getting to the Kagame solution, because it's almost like a Kagame solution, except that it's delegated to the ecumenical bodies to do it. So you're the ones determining who is legit and who is not. And the other person will say, well, but who are you to determine whether I'm legit or not? I don't even think you are legit. So I'm going to set myself outside of your realm and operate. Do they become criminals? Do we criminalize them if they start preaching in a market square because you won't give them recognition? And what do we do? So I think in a way that is why I brought in the Akan and other analogies. A lot of cultural nationalists think, for example, that why haven't we made Chi the national language? And most people speak it. So why don't we just put it in there? The question is, sometimes you allow things to just be, and the state should just watch it, right? Because if you put it in, it will create a problem. If you don't put it in, it will evolve in a certain way. And I think that's the approach the state has taken to things like the Chi language. Right? Some people want regulations saying, hey, it's taking over the whole space, Aiko too, and people say, no, I mean, we can't have Chi spoken everywhere in Accra, in Makola, everywhere, But the question is, if you were to put it in, that you can't do that, how will that evolve? So that not every problem can be solved by fiat in this way, as long as it is not causing a major problem. We are only discussing this because people are beginning to worry about problems that are emerging and where it can take us, and the cult fear of people being drawn into these kinds of situations. Kenya had an instance like that last year. All these people who were following this person ended up being killed. What do we do? So it's really it's a tough problem, and we don't have any solution to it. But I think that maybe as a theological community, if there was a collective conversation, interfaith, that would come up with some concrete proposals for us, it might help. This is why I'm asking, is there any model anywhere else? The professional bodies might appear to offer a model, but it's only because there you cannot practice your profession if you are not admitted as a member. And it's a science, there's a science to it, there are ways you qualify, they go to school, you do these things. Religion doesn't lend itself to that kind of easy containment, so it's a peculiar kind of a problem we're dealing with. But I think we cannot let it just keep going. And we would be greatly assisted, really, if maybe the time is short, but if we can't do it even in the Constitution, there's no reason we can't do it in legislation, where there can be some discipline around this problem. Yes, some people will be cast out, but hey, you can't help it. At some point, some people will be cast out and not be admitted to the practice of whatever it is they're saying. But at least it would not be the state sitting and picking pastors and doing this. It will be you yourselves applying some doctrinal or theological standards and doing that work. It's easier than the state getting the seat and saying you are not a pastor, you are not an apostle. It's not an appropriate role for a state. then it loses its secular character completely. Right? Then it really just is picking who is a pastor and who is not. And that is not an appropriate role for the state, I think.
So, Chair, can I suggest something?
Well, I think, just as you mentioned, you see, the self-regulation really deals with the issue. The ecumenical councils represent different doctrinal emphasis. The different ecumenical councils, the Catholic bishops, the Christian Council, the Ghana Pentecostal and Charismatic and Christian churches. We have the Council of Independent Churches. We have the African Initiated Churches. There are a number of them. And I think within the Christian domain, all the doctrinal groups can fall under one of these, okay? Said that if we recognize these different ecumenical councils constitutionally, what it is requesting for is that anybody emerging, like Bishop James was alluding to, anybody emerging saying that I've been to Bible school, I'm starting a church. Question is, which of the constitutionally recognized ecumenical councils doctrinally do you fall under? I mean, it could be same for our Muslim brothers. I don't know how their system is organized, but I think so far we've been talking about the Christian domain. Which of the ecumenical councils doctrinally or in practice do you fall under? You must be identified with one of them. Now, if there is a practice like the Kenya example or Jim Jones, something like that happening, and the church or the body falls under one of these ecumenical councils, the state can take that council to task for failing its responsibility and its role, because that is how come the Constitution recognizes you. So that other groups that may be non-aligned, if they are caught with any practice which is criminal, then the state takes them on fully. That way we create a certain boundary for practice. Otherwise, there is a certain fear system and we left everything loose. And like you rightly said earlier, we are all being affected by the charlatans. Somebody does it, and then the media houses call me as General Secretary of Ghana Pentecostal and Charismatic. Apostle, what are you doing about this, your members? By the time I check, he's not a member of my council. So I have no, regulation or control over it. And yet they are all branded as Christian or church. And we are all affected. And so to save our space, I think there should be some degree of regulation, self-regulation, I should say.
Can I?
Anyone who professes to or who wants to start a Christian church must choose one of the paths.
And should be endorsed, registered with one of these councils.
You can't stay out.
No.
You can't choose not to belong to anyone.
None. And like I'm saying, you see, we have such a broad range. We have such a broad range. I mean, like I said, African initiated churches, if you like the Aladura, Rama, they are all in there. And we meet very often around tables, ecumenical council tables, and we discuss things. This National Day of Prayer and Thanksgiving, for example, different ecumenical councils are there who are not here with us at the moment. And we all relate. We identify with each other, except that doctrinally and in practice, we differ in bits and pieces. So I think that will help some self-regulation and to bring sanity to the space, rather than leaving it loose.
And then if there's a failure, then the state that.
Chair, can I suggest some phrasing?
Yes, please. Then absolutely.
Okay. My name is My name is Ibn Anua. I'm the chairman of the Ganangwe Council Cultural Heritage Committee. So I want to suggest a phrasing to what my senior brother just said. So religious bodies shall self-regulate, uphold their values and standards whilst complying with the law. The lawyers here can make it better for me. Religious bodies or organizations shall self-regulate, uphold their values and standards whilst complying with the law. Values is just okay for me. Religious bodies or organizations shall self-regulate, uphold their values and standards while complying with the law.
Yeah, Chairman, we go with that. Chairman, oh, you, okay.
Chairman Prof, I think I'm happy we are making progress. So I'm reached. I only wanted to look at the discussion has been predominantly been tilted towards the Christian because of the kind of space and terrain in which they are operating. For us, within the Muslim context, mosques are not registered. A mosque is a representation of the community. But that Islamic organizations, whether charity or developmental or whatever, are those that must be regulated. But we also know that today we also have a trend of individuals who have emerged and they established their own mosques, unregulated. They can give their sermons, however provocative or divisive or fierce. That is the reality. And I think that as we were moving around this issue, I think we are all religious people here, and I think sometimes we have to be realistic with ourselves. I mean, how can you imagine that we see, for example, just for example of it, I mean, a pastor who comes and a woman is pregnant and a full view on the television that he put his foot on her belly. And this, we cannot regulate this. We have to be realistic. Just like myself. If any imam mounts the pulpit and he says we are running jihad, and so any Christian you see slit his throat, we will take action against him. There must be a law that restrains him from doing that. And that is why we must all agree here that there must be a way by which we regulate and bring such religious activists, let me use this phrase, under control. As long as what they do does not infringe on the national value, does not undermine peace, harmony, and security, they are free to go. But as long as it undermines it, they must be able to check them, whether Muslim or Christian or traditionalist. So I support the idea about which we should self-regulate. But at a state level, because I also know that if you take the case of Giba, I mean, National Media Commission is unable to regulate. Whenever they bring up any issue to regulate, they are taken to court. And when they go to court, they lose the case. So the case between Giba and the NMC, for example, it's a clear scenario for us to use. So just like we have the Giba, I don't know whether these independent churches can also be encouraged to also have their association of independent churches so that it will provide the platform for that self-regulation. But beyond that, if they fail, and their activities running detrimental to national cohesion, there must be action. I'll give you an example. It's not a good example because I'm the one speaking it. I mean, when my old man was said he was going to die, you know, and the prophecy about the chief imam dying, and that he was going to die. Seriously, I mean, it took the person of the chief imam alone to really douse that thing down. It was enough to set this country on fire. It was enough to set the country on fire. Because if he has not been the type that he has been, yeah, we just entered the room and told him, old man, some people, because of you, they are attacking the church. He said, quickly go and tell them I have not asked them to do so. And we made just one statement and it all stopped. Assuming it's a different person. So, one, let's be realistic and be honest to ourselves and find a way to really handle this matter. Because we are here all honest people. And we also want to really preserve the dignity and nobility of the space on which we operate. We don't want the respectability of religious leaders to be undermined, that when it comes critical, we cannot rely on religious people to really save this country. Because of a few who, excuse my word, have become wayward. We really, really must self. So as religious people, if we think there is something we to put in the Constitution, and I think I like the point that my brother made on that. The other issue, of course, we are also talking about religious freedom. Prof, you have raised the issue of religious freedom, justice, and clashes that occasionally has come. We have the issue of the hijab, which comes up occasionally. We have the issue of religious freedom in schools that's come up, and sometimes it shakens the very core of our interfaith harmony. And it's something that we must give. And so we must look at the Constitution and craft or what is existing that can be applied. The issue of the freedom of faith, but the provision of the Constitution makes it not just to believe, but to manifest same. To manifest same. Yeah. So we have these clashes that which occasionally do come up, and there is something that we thought about looking at the 1979 Constitution, Article 27, expanded to include place of work. So for example, it says, instead of what we have now, we are proposing that we go back to the 1979 Constitution and look at how it has been captured, because it appears to give a better Article 27. 27, 1979, plus 1A. A person shall, this shall not, and no person shall be hindered in the enjoyment of his, and here I want to add her freedom of conscience, and for the purpose of this freedom of conscience shall include freedom of thought and religion, freedom to change his or her religion or belief, the freedom either alone or in a community with others, and on both in public and in private, to manifest and to propagate his or her religion or belief in worship, teaching, practice, or observance. B, nor shall any person suffer any disadvantage or discrimination for exercising his freedom of conscience. 3, no person attending any place of education, training, or employment shall be required to receive religious instruction or take part in or attend any religious ceremony or observance if that instruction, ceremony, or observance relates to a religion or denominational practice other than his own. No religious community or denomination shall be prevented from providing religious instruction for persons of that community or denomination in the course of any education provided by that community or denomination. The state and all state institutions shall ensure that the prescribed uniform for the personnel of public institutions such as the police service, the armed forces, the judiciary service.
Your constitution is different from mine.
Yeah, we did, yeah.
Is this, are you proposing? Are you reading
I
like
think this one is the 5 is a proposal we are making.
I see, because I have the 79
Yes,
constitution.
yes, it's a proposal. That's out of that. So the proposal we are making is the state and all state institutions shall ensure that the prescribed uniform for the personnel of public institutions such as the police service, the armed forces, the judiciary service, hospitals, medical institutions, and other uniformed public services are designed and implemented in a manner that reasonably accommodates the religious dress obligations of services. Indeed, Prof, I have traveled to the UK. I mean, these are democracies of high standard that we all sometimes look up to. I was shocked when I saw a security woman, well dressed, and she was in her hijab, covered here by the cap on her head. And I wondered whether this could have happened in Ghana. Yeah, so it's one of the things that we are proposing. And these things, they do help deepen our interfaith harmony. They help a lot deepen it. In ensuring compliance, the appropriate state institutions shall, where necessary, engage with the leadership of the affected community to determine the most suitable alternatives that maintain both uniform integrity and religious observance. My final point has to do with, Prof, we have to resolve the inconsistency. From the Muslim side, the Constitution guarantees and provides for freedom of religion and the right to practice and manifest the practice. For us, marriage is a religious duty. It has consequences. One of the consequences of marriage is childbirth, child custody, and inheritance is one of those. There is a strong, unbroken link between marriage and inheritance in Islam. And for Muslims, we don't choose one law and leave the other. So, Prof, you have been in Kenya before, and in Uganda. And Uganda, they have the Qadi system. And it operates without having you hearing any problem in Uganda. And in Kenya, it works. The Qadi system, where we have a Muslim magistrate who also is part of the legal system over there. And on such matters, as long as the person chooses to be a Muslim, then what regulates his life, as long as it doesn't conflict or undermine the issue of peace or injure somebody, other person's right, I think it's something that we want to propose that is worth considering. That's the point I want to make.
Yes, Chair. If you permit me, I want to go on his heels from the Muslim side.
I'd like to, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Manyanana. I just wanted to add to the summarization that was made by Mr. Ama. It would also be necessary, I think, to have an overarching body that will, it would also be necessary to have an overarching body that will also sit above the regulating that will be done amongst the, self-regulation that is being done across the different religious, bodies. It will be necessary, because then you need to have someone policing the police. You would need to have that. So I thought maybe we need to add that to our summary. But I also wanted to say that the God we serve is one of peace, respect, and understanding for everybody. And you started off quite something which I agree with, that the state has no religion. There's state, and then there's society. Being a Christian, or any, or a Muslim, or any other religious belief, is a matter of choice. And it's important that we understand that it's to do with community. Community is where we serve each other. The state serves us all. We cannot have competition between society and state. They can mutually exist, but they are also different. And I think a lot of the time it's best that we make the lines clear. Therefore, having a lot of religious presence within governance can create the things that we come across today. And something is being said about, the state already has its machinery. Having to introduce and split hairs as to, every denomination of running maybe the army or the police, all based on something which is religion, would become a difficult thing to actually maintain. It can grow wings. It can go further than we can ever imagine. So I think we should let sleeping dogs lie and go as we're going. If we want to regulate our religious bodies, we are doing it. That is why we're here. So that, I think, is what I wanted to add to it.
Yes, Chair.
A little over 2 hours without a break. Could we just take a short coffee break, and then we will, we'll resume after coffee break, and then there will be lunch break at 2:30. Then we'll come back and conclude. We have all day, essentially, to about 4:30.
So I should hold on. So I should hold on or make my submission.
We'll take a break, and then we'll come back. And we'll start at the back where we start. We'll take a
the prayer that you see Muslims pray is a manifestation of the belief. I might even say that fasting can be, because if you have plenty of people sitting down and you alone is not eating, and you ask on fasting, that's a show of Islam. And this is where Muslims have problems with and have been having standoff with authorities in the country. The hijab issue is the way of trying to manifest Islam, and then you have a standoff. And this has been going on. We think that there's a need for greater provisions to guarantee not only the way the saying that manifests or believe, but there should be constitutional guarantees that such manifestation cannot be disturbed with, as we find ourselves in now. And I want to preface this on Article 27 of the UN Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which says that in those states in which ethnic, religious, or linguistic minorities exist, persons belonging to such minorities shall not be denied the right in community with other members of their group to enjoy their own culture, to profess and practice their own religion, or to use their own language. The things we see instead of the hijab, the way we pray, is Islamic heritage and culture. And this needs to be respected. There's a need for that to be respected. And that's why we are calling for more constitutional guarantees for the Muslim to not only practice religion, but have the right to manifest without any interruption from any quarter. I thank you very much.
Pacific, Sheikh had mentioned, uniforms or manifestation of religion to include, I guess, being able to, use example from UK, where you found a police woman or a soldier or whoever who had the hijab on top of their whatever uniform. Is that the kind of manifestation you are talking about?
Yes, Chair. Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, I need to maybe give some further flesh to read. Yes, that's one form of
so in what context
exactly.
These things?
Yes, and when it comes to our educational institutions, we have had problems. In fact, we have countless times meeting with Minister of Education to see to it that Muslim students in schools are given the right to enjoy this freedom. The issue of Western girls, for instance, is one.
Sure.
One of Jafaru Adisadel, who actually was pursued to go to worship and, ended his life, is another example. There are many areas where Muslims are not allowed to enjoy it. I went to Accra Academy, and when I was there, at break, I was leading the Muslim community to pray after close of work at 2 p.m. There was no mosque, but we have to find a place where we pray. You will see teachers coming to work in front of us. In total disregard of what we are doing, and our right to even do so. So these are the forms that, even cemeteries is part of the Islamic culture of, manifesting how they are buried, how they live. So my brother's statement regarding hijab and other things comes under the protection of manifesting your religion as the Constitution guarantees, and that's what we need to look at. Maybe that will take the form of legislation elsewhere and not in the Constitution.
Sure.
I also want to recall that the issue of hijab came to a head, and almost the heads of various churches and Muslims had to convene at Kofi Annan to deliberate on these, and a communique was issued by the group and the GES to ensure that the rights of Muslim children be respected in regard to all these provisions. So this is what actually we are trying to say in support of what my brother has earlier put across. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
situation, and also I think Rastafarians also have had similar problems in other public schools. Is there a these are very long-standing kinds of debates and conflicts. I recall that in the U.S., Jewish soldiers started to insist on wearing their yarmulke or to identify them as Jewish, right? And this case went all the way to the Supreme Court. And within the context of the uniformed services, I think there's a sense, I mean, of course, other countries have different ways of resolving it, that there's a sense that, unit cohesion and other kinds of regulation within the military and the police, allow the state, the interest in unit, allow the state to insist on a uniform kind of, non-identifying, apparel or stuff like that. So it's been a back and forth fight, but the context in which these debates happen matter, right? If it happens within the military, uniformed command, and the like, you are fighting a war, or you are doing, do you want this to stand in the way of the mission that you have to accomplish? And I guess schools also usually have a very interesting status in constitutional regulation because of the fact that they are children and they tend to be subject to parental authority, and therefore the teachers stand in the role of their parents. But these are real controversies. And again, let's look at Article 27 of 79 Constitution and see if that extensive regulation offered us, which is why Sheikh refers it back to us. But I think these are issues that are coming up. I don't know to what extent they are imported culture wars from other places, because we've lived in these places in Ghana without any of this hijab stuff becoming an issue, right? So sometimes, in as much as we are talking about, when we talk about imported cultures, are these fights also imported? Are we talking about hijab because it's also being talked about in France or in the US or some other place? Or are these really domestic conflicts that are emerging without regard to what's happening elsewhere? But we all live in a global community, and maybe sometimes these things reflect what it is that we are learning from other places. But it's a fair point to the extent that children are in school. Then, of course, the countervailing argument is that these schools advertise themselves as religious, and they have a particular point of view on the religious spectrum. You go in knowing that you are going to receive an education that is laced with Methodism or some particular doctrine, and do they not have a right to let you conform to? So these are some of the clashes that I think properly we should be looking at to see how we ensure that the state, at least as an arbiter, doesn't disfavor any particular group in this kind of conflict. So it's a very fair point. Any other Prof?
These groups have identity and tradition. Every faith-based group has an identity and a tradition. And I believe that some of our institutions carry our names. If we say there's a Kali school, it has an identity, and it definitely has a tradition. If you say there's a Presbyterian school, you definitely have to understand that they have an identity and they have a tradition. And that is why sometimes I believe we have to look at the issue, manifestation. Because they carry a tag, they manifest themselves in a way. And And I believe I'd want to just stop here. Identity and tradition.
I'm sitting back and thinking about a few things, and my senior has just made a statement of identification and tradition. And then I don't want to make it personal, but I was born, like I said, and I had a dreadlocks on. And there were schools in Nungwa which were secular schools called LA schools. My dad wanted me to go to Anglican school. And so the dreadlock had to be removed. Either it takes me to LA school with the dreadlock on, or it takes me to Anglican school with the dreadlock was removed. So we had a choice. And he took the dreadlocks off. And I went to Anglican school. That was a choice he made. The rest is history. And so I believe and trust that we have options. My dad was in charge of the entire Nungwa land, that if he doesn't prophesy, there will be no festival. That's how powerful he was. But he believed and trusted that this is where I want my child to go, and I had to make sacrifices, so I had to take a decision. And that's the decision we're taking. And so let us not look at this issue from the point of view of being undermined or being superior over or whatever. It's a choice that we have to make, and let's make the choice based on where we want to be. And the identity and the practices must be taken into consideration. That's personally what I think. Thank you. Yeah.
Right. Of course, the other person, the individual who is also manifesting their religion, would also say, well, yes, but your school is a Catholic school or an Anglican school, but it is also a public school. It is not exclusionary. It opens itself up to educate any and everybody who shows up there. And that includes people who are not Anglican, who may not be Catholic, who may not be Muslim. So once they come to the school and you are giving them an education, unless there is a fundamental conflict in the way they manifest their religion, what it is that you are doing, your mission, like the military can say that, look, you are here to fight wars. You are not here to come and display your religion. And if we are fighting Iraq and you are wearing something, they will confuse you with one of them. So it disturbs the mission objectives of the military for you to be identifying yourself as Muslim or Jewish, whatever. So you can carve an exception for, say, the military or certain uniformed services. But if a kid comes to your school and they are just innocently wearing a hijab, you're teaching them, causing any problem in the school. How does that disturb the mission of the school? Is there a certain tradition within the Anglican tradition that says that you shouldn't? There's certain doctrinal hostility to entertaining people of other faiths in your community? Not really. I'm an Anglican myself. I'm not aware of a doctrinal hostility to other persons from other religions being within, sharing, having communion with us in the same space, receiving the same education, right? So if the kid is just there innocent, what are they doing that disturbs the mission, your educational mission, even if it includes evangelizing or proselytizing? How does this disturb? So there are also countervailing rights on the other side. They're saying, no, I'm not disturbing anything you're doing here. I'm not coming to preach. I'm not trying to gather, students and convert them to Islam. I'm just wearing the hijab in the school, right? So I know that, yes, the religious missions have a point, but on the other hand, these kids also, they're just there. They're just coming to your school to receive education. It's probably a plus. They have gone to another school, but they chose yours, maybe because they like the education that you provide, and in that process, they may convert if you just leave them.
Chairman. Chairman, my hand has been up.
Yes.
I think on this particular issue, Sheikh is aware, and I think being a member of the National Peace Council, and me being also the chairman of the Regional Peace Council, on this particular issue concerning some of the issues that have been raised for the schools, I would like to beg respectfully that the Constitutional Review Committee looks at the document, the communique, because a lot of discussion has gone on this one, and a communique was issued. Maybe that may serve as a platform for us to move forward. If we reflect, yeah, the National Peace Council facilitated that dialogue, that when the impasse of the Wesley girls issue came up. So, Sheikh, go back. So, there's a document that we need to work with, and maybe you may have to add to it. But we also need to reflect and realize that, like you said earlier on, we have coexisted. What actually happened? What is happening? When the Wesley girls issue came up, some Muslim mothers, high up the sense, who had attended Wesley girls, came up and said, why is the way that it was not an issue? They have gone through the education, they had come up. And they have a bishop, I will not mention the name for the sake of pastoral confidentiality, attended T.I. Ahmadiyya and became a bishop of his church. Nobody Islamized him. So let's get to the fundamental issues. I'm just focusing on the education one, because this is where our young people are coming up. And like Sheikh said, if we don't deal with the issue, by the time we realize it has entered into this is where the intellect is being developed. We are sitting maybe on a time bomb we don't know, but this is an opportunity for us. My respectful plea is that we can stop this one here, because there's a document. We have come this far. National Peace Council has brokered something. Let's go and look at it. Is there something we have to add and make it a constitutional issue or a legislative issue? Chairman, this is my submission on this particular one.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I think that Justice Said Kwekujan from the Ahmadiyya Muslim Mission. I represent the Amir missionary in charge of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Mission. I want to thank this committee for this engagement. It's a very proactive, very sensitive step that you are taking, and engaging all stakeholders and now the religious bodies. It's a very useful exercise, even in terms of education and sensitization. But I think that we ought to understand that we are referring to a constitution, a primary document that binds all citizens of Ghana and others who occupy our space. And so, even in discussing religious matters, we ought to be conscious of the fact that there are certain things that cannot go into the constitution necessarily, just for purposes of religious fineness. And I should say that we in Ghana are very, very lucky. We are a very, very fortunate country. The relationship that has existed over the period, interfaith, intra-faith, it's something that we should cherish. Others come from Nigeria and they come to Ghana and they cannot understand how Muslims and Christians even relate. But even within Islam itself, we have various sects. And in some places, it is a terrible issue. So it is not so simple that you can capture these differences which have historical, cultural, and societal backgrounds into a primary document like the Constitution. And that is why I think that regulation of religious activities cannot properly be captured in a primary document like the Constitution. A lot of the things that have happened in this country, we have succeeded because we interact very easily. And over time, I think that education and sensitization could help. The infractions that happen, a lot of them are criminal in nature. Now, the fact that a bishop is engaged in a criminal activity should not stop the state from intervening to ensure that that is taken out. And it will help society that the state is strong enough to eliminate criminality from even so-called religious observances as seen by individuals. Because most of the things that we complain about in religion, whether in Islam or in Christianity, there are individuals who are bringing the faith into disrepute. And because there are individuals doing that, it may affect religion in a negative way, but it shouldn't destroy religion in itself and by itself. So we should distinguish individual conduct from religious doctrine or religious religion as an institution. So I cannot accept the suggestion that in the Constitution we must have some Sahindran kind of thing inserted there, either by including specific religious bodies by name. Because a lot of those religious bodies are also a product of history. And we are in an evolutionary society. New movements are coming up. It's come up here that some time ago, Pentecostalism didn't exist in this country. Now they've emerged as a very strong, powerful force in Ghana. So if they had been suppressed, a lot of them will not have existed today. So let's find a way outside. Let us accept the fact that our Constitution approves and admits and acknowledges our religious character as a nation, but not as an individual entity, like the state setting up a church or something. The rest, with time, can be controlled by statutes and regulation through discussions, consultations, and things like that, without those things going into the Constitution as a primary document. That is my opinion. Thank you very much.
To buttress your point about the Pentecostals, so in the 1979 Constitution, which created the Press Commission for the first time, in Chapter 22, the Christian Council and the National Catholic Secretariat were present, were named in that Constitution. That's it. We come to 1992. There is the Christian group, which now includes the Ghana Pentecostal Council. We now have the Federation of Muslim Councils and Ahmadiyya Mission. And they had come to displace the Ghana National Association of Teachers. NAT used to be very powerful, you see. but we don't find them in the 1992 Constitution. Their position has been taken over. Even the National Development Commission was in the 79 Constitution on the National Media Commission. You come to 92, it's gone. So it confirms this evolution that we've been talking about. And so yes, there is definitely sometimes a danger in writing organizations into a constitution this way because it stifles the development and evolution of these bodies. The universities of Ghana was in the 1997-79 Constitution. They disappeared. I think their position was taken by the Federation of Muslim Councils, right? You displaced them, right? So there is the history confirms that this is exactly what we've been going through.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. I just want to ask Justice Said a question, and if anyone here has a view, can also express it. Just want to find out from you what would be your take if we had an interfaith council to deal with challenges intrafaith or interfaith in this country, which should be provided for in the Constitution. So anytime we have challenges with faith, can we have a council of that sort ingrained in the Constitution? Is to Justice Said or any other person who has a view either to shape something along these lines in the Constitution and in terms of its mandate.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. We do have a number of interfaith bodies. One of them is represented here. Or did he leave? Where's Pakwado? Okay. So we have the Ghana Council for Religion and Peace. And in fact, the Peace Council evolved out of that council. But it's an interfaith council. And so they can be given the necessary recognition. We have another one called Faith. Faith Action Network, and it involves all the ecumenical bodies. So we do have them, and they can be given the due recognition.
Is it by statute?
No.
So it's just a voluntary organization?
Yes, it's just an association.
But my question is not about, it's about having something recognized by the state. That's what the question I'm asking.
Okay.
Yes, I think that what you are talking about, it may be important, but the truth is that we should also be worried about including things in the Constitution that could come to haunt us. Because the Constitution as a primary document should be seen as different from other statutory provisions and regulations. For instance, we didn't have the Peace Council. The Peace Council evolved as a unique product of our Ghanaian experience. And it's become a very useful institution in this country, even though they have their challenges and they have opposition from here and there. But it's become a product of statute, not necessarily of the Constitution. And so it is easier if it finds expression in a statute and regulation could be easily amended than the Constitution. Because amending the Constitution is a very, very difficult process. And if there are difficulties because of implementation, then it creates a crisis that could be avoidable. But if we think with time, as society grows and the community develops, and these issues come up, and we think that we've consulted enough, and we have established a tradition which we find useful as a nation to back, then we could set up, pass a legislation, a statute, to, as it were, support it. And we can continue monitoring it and seeing how it goes, just like the Peace Council has developed and evolved. So My problem really is inserting these things in the Constitution as a primary document. I'm not against a state supporting structures that could be useful to the society, but there are alternative, useful, and valid ways of ensuring that, other than putting everything in the Constitution. Otherwise, we'll have an unworkable Constitution. Thank you.
Let me the Council of State, all right? There's been a lot of conversation here in terms of representation from various people who have appeared before us, that as currently constituted, structured, purposed, the Council of State is not fit for purpose. So let's say that in a reformulated or modified Council of State, there is representation for the faith community, among others. And let's say also that in that reformulated Council of State, there is also a new purpose, function given it. Now, I mean, the general idea is that the Council of State must be a Council of State, not just an advisor to the president. It does state matters. So issues of conflict, for example, if we compost it appropriately, take out the partisan coloration from it, all of that. You know, we have, you know, regional houses of chiefs choosing people on it, different professional bodies, different, you know, groups in society, clergy, everything, and we have that body that deals with matters of state, including advising presidents on other things. And we created this body to also deal with conflicts that threaten social cohesion, among other things. Could we find could that Council of State, for example, which is already in the Constitution, we don't have to invent it, we just modify how it is currently constituted and we give it some enhanced functions and whatever. Could that Council of State, if it enjoys the legitimacy by virtue of the way it is constituted, deal with some of these kinds of questions outside of, you know, so that we don't have to go and create a new interfaith body or whatever, but within the kinds of things that a council of so-called elders can do, that becomes one of the things they can do. You know, handle conflicts that go to, you know, the cohesion of the society or state. Some have suggested a second chamber, maybe not going full hog in that direction, but getting a bit close, and as opposed to the current model. Would a role like that be appropriate for a properly constituted Council of State?
My response, Sir Chairman, I think this is precisely what the Peace Council stands for. If you look at the act that brought into being, and shake my boss, you have all the religions represented. It's a 13-member organization. You have all the identifiable, Ghana Pentecostal Council, all this is represented there. We have government representations. We have CSOs represented. So I think that if I may make the suggestion from what you're saying, instead of the Council of State, and if we are not going to put it into the Constitution, as my brother said, one major thing that we have done as a country is the National Peace Council. And many countries have been coming to study why we have coexisted in this. And we go to the meetings, like you said earlier on, Muslim prayer to begin, Christian prayer to end. And anytime there's a conflict, whether it is of a religious nature, social nature, the Peace Council, I just mentioned the hijab issue. It was a Peace Council that was called because nobody trusted anybody. Nobody trusted the politicians. So this is an institution which I think if we nurture it very well, it will help probably solve this issue that our brother
is trying to say. Because it's there. The act, if you read the act, is supposed to prevent, manage, transform conflict. That's why the Peace Council is there. And so most of these things that come up, we only hear of the Peace Council when there's going to be elections. But that is not it. That is not it. There's a lot in that act. So I will just respectfully ask that if you can look at the Peace Council as an alternative.
I have listened to the discussions. I actually started some of these interesting arguments. But I've looked at Article 21 again in the light of what former Justice of the Court of Appeal said. Article 21C provides that all persons shall have the right to freedom to practice any religion and to manifest such practice. So religion is provided for here. But if you look at 21F, you have freedom of information, but subject to such qualifications and laws as are necessary in the democratic society. So it has somehow been restrained. Why can't we do that with the religion? You have the right of freedom to practice any religion and to manifest such practice, subject to. Can we consider that? Because it is provided for here, it is there. Just like somebody is giving a freedom of information, yet he is told that it should be subject to laws that are necessary in a democratic society.
But doesn't Article 21(4), which is more like the omnibus limitation clause, take care of that? Because under 21(4), the state is allowed by appropriate law to regulate the rights that have been given under 21(1). Right? So you can regulate it under 4T, under 4A or 4B or 4C or 4D or 4E as appropriate, right? So there is room for the state to regulate the 21(1) rights, each one of them.
Yes.
Even though it's not specifically attached. I understand your point about F being somehow set aside. I don't know why it was necessary, because 21(4) does allow the state with the appropriate law to regulate each one of these things, right? So it doesn't prevent the state, in my view, for the imposition of restrictions by order of a court, for the imposition of restrictions by order of a court, for the imposition of restrictions that are reasonably required, not by order of a court, in the interest of defense, public safety, public health, running of essential services. So there is that. Of course, we have discussed here that the 21(4) as a limitation clause is a bit, very clumsily worded. It's a bit of a mess if you compare it with what other countries have. But I think there's a general recognition that the state does have the power to regulate the rights under 21C, including religion.
That's the point I'm trying to make, that it is not out of place completely to talk about religion. That religion has been taken care of.
Sure.
So why is it that when we are talking about restriction, it says, no, don't go there. But as for your right to practice and do whatever you want, that one you want to enjoy it. But you are not interested in any restrictions.
I think that the limitation is not a constitutional one, it's a political one. The reason why we cannot regulate religion is not because the sovereign doesn't have the power under the Constitution. It is because the sovereign has the power, but it doesn't have the political will or courage to do it.
That one, I agree with this, the idea that the politicians go to endorse some of this. What they are forgetting is that politics is about numbers. So once the person there has a following, you are bound to go there. You are bound to go there. And they would assist you also at the appropriate time. As a politician. So it is not completely out of place to say that we don't have to talk about. It is there. It's already provided for. That is the role that people, are taking advantage of. And in the education system, if you remember, until recently, we only had a Ghana Medical School and the rest. Then all of a sudden, somebody had a bright idea. But you can set up anything. So now we started having private medical schools. And they are producing doctors. They are producing doctors and they are doing well. So perhaps we may have to look at it again. I'm wondering whether we have not spent all the time on this one.
Yes, I was wondering that. I was wondering the same. That maybe we can put to rest this church mosque versus state issue, church mosque society issue, and perhaps encourage written submissions on that. I think we've had some very interesting ideas come up. I thought you were going to raise the Homowo matter.
That is where I'm coming to.
I thought you were going to raise. Can we spend a little bit of time, because those are also clash of rights of a particular kind, and even though we are talking about it in the context of Homowo, I suspect that it is not just an Accra issue. At some point, we might find an eruption of that kind of conflict in other places. But if we could just spend a few minutes on that before, when we come back from lunch, we really open the conversation up to the non-ecumenical issues, non-faith issues that are also, within the purview of this committee, and we would like for you to reflect and give us some reflection on whether it's about galamsey, whether it's about corruption, just abuse of power, any of these things that we are concerned with. But we could spend some time on the Homowo matter and how to deal with this issue.
Yeah, it's not only the Homowo one, because just last week, Adesu is a place where a lot of Ghana people go to do their farm and stay and all that. Somebody died, and they were about to have the funeral. Then they were told that Achem Traditional Council has imposed a ban on noise making and drumming and no funerals. So, but we are far away. We are at Adesu. He said, you are on the alert. So it will happen. So the person had to call me to intervene. That's how I got to know that it is happening elsewhere, and it is quiet, and people respect it. In fact, they were forced to go and bring their corpse to Accra and have the funeral here. It didn't happen last week. So, the point we are making is that if you look at the laws of Ghana or the Article 11, we have the common law of Ghana, which comprises the rules of customary law. Then we have 11.3, which says that for the purposes of this article, customary law means the rules of law which by custom are applicable to particular communities in Ghana. So it means that the Constitution has some respect for customary law as something which should operate within a particular community. Now, these things are happening elsewhere. But when it comes to Accra, although we did not ask that this land becomes a capital, we are not being shown that respect that should be accorded to us as it happens in other places. And it's become a source of worry, always coming from the faith-based communities and societies. Jesus Christ himself observed some moments of quiet, and we are surprised that religious people are saying they cannot, just for 1 month, hold on to all the things they do, drumming, dancing, and trumpeting, and other things. We are at a loss that most of the fight comes from them. And surprisingly, most of their leaders are of Gadangme stock. Kuranche Ankra, the name will tell you. Bishop Apiakai Taki Yaboy, the name will tell you. Bishop Duncan Eward Mills, is that not? Dark, this is dark. You know from the name. Bishop Duncan Williams, half from Osu. There are quite a number of them. As we came here, I see Bote and others. Other people. And yet, you find them. 2 weeks ago, I was at an investiture of a bishop to become the chancellor. You were there. Oh, were you there? And just when I announced that I was leaving, then they started calling. I go to go and tell him about the band. Go and talk to him about the band. And it's our people amongst them who were saying so. Go and see him and tell him that this band, they have to do something about it. I mean, we think that it is not fair to us. And that's why we brought a very strong delegation here, to come and meet them, to have a chat with them, and just call upon them to also collaborate with us for just 1 month. And in our case, unlike what happened at Chebi, we normally announce it about a month before the time. The last time I told you people I'll be late here, I went to announce it. I was the one who read the statement for the Traditional Council. So we give you sufficient time to organize yourself. And yet, when the time comes, you have all these fights. We have to be, we are also insisting on our rights that will not allow you to make any noise. So can't we have a middle way? Because this is a custom, rules of customary law. Yes, it is part of our custom. Yeah. Right? It's tradition or rights. Yes. Or within the Ghana state. But these are rules that we make. Yeah, but for our particular communities. They are rules. When it is announced that there's going to be a curfew because something has happened in another region, everybody listens to it. Yeah, sure. Why? Well, but it doesn't. Why should they listen to it? I think but it is the traditional authority that is announcing that this is what we are going to do. Just like the Achem one that I told you about. But Honorable, I think part of the problem, and there are maybe 2 or 3 issues here, right? We have a unitary sovereign. We have just one sovereign in this republic, right? And make laws of general application in any territory is exercising legislative power. Legislative power is granted only to the legislature. And I think part of the problem, it's not necessarily that, so yes, it happens. And I think that is part of the problem we're facing. It happens because, well, other traditional authorities in less cosmopolitan communities, more traditional communities, do it and get away with it, right? So it creates this sense, okay, but why is it that, would you challenge it if this was the Mampon Traditional Council or this was Kumasi Traditional Council? You're not going to challenge it. You all comply out of deference to the chief or whoever. And then when you come to Accra, you don't want to comply. But it doesn't take away the fact that these authorities, when they act in that kind of way, are exercising something that looks like legislative power to govern the territory in which they are, which necessarily it's not a power, it's a power that belongs to the sovereign. They are also exercising police powers, and this is like curfew. A curfew is a police power, which traditional authorities don't necessarily have, right? And I think part of the difficulty of this issue is the way in which it is enforced through vigilantism. So the question is, we have municipal authorities
within all these territories, why, if it's a seasonal ban, why can we not have the municipal authority that exercises the sovereign power within that area take over this kind of role, make it as part of a noise abatement ordinance or bylaw, and within the season, enforce it? There are also ways we can actually, I think the churches sometimes, we can talk to them about, you can soundproof your church. Maybe there's also a zoning issue. We shouldn't be allowing churches maybe to spring up in densely populated neighborhoods, right? So there are a number of ways in which I think it's not a straightforward issue that people want to defy the Ghana traditional authorities, is that Accra is different. Accra is cosmopolitan. It's become very mixed ethnically and culturally in a way that maybe Kumasi is not. Maybe Mampo is not. Maybe Dagmon is not. And so people's reaction to these things are different. They may, out of deference, just say, I want my peace, so I'll just obey it. It doesn't necessarily, I think, validate the power that the traditional authorities have taken in those places. But I understand that once they get away with it there in Kumasi, then you say, but why not Accra? I think we have to understand that one of the reasons this has happened is that the sovereign has abdicated. The government, again, when it comes to traditional religion as to religion, they are afraid. So I've had discussions in the past with attorneys general. I've said that, but why can't you guys bring some sanity into this situation? I remember when Emil Short was at Shrat, it happened under his tenure. I remember having some conversations with him about why can't we sort this out in some fashion? So if we could do it, is that a solution? Has the Ghana Council considered getting the municipal authorities here to use a noise abatement ordinance, sit down with the churches and the groups, just like the Peace Council did with some of these issues, and it's just a seasonal noise abatement ordinance, not enforced through vigilantism, but by the police, and say, around this time, maybe tone down, that doesn't go beyond a certain decibel level? Or does the ban include holding a mic, just holding a mic in a church? I don't know. Is it noise-making ban, or is it, am I in contempt? I mean, like, I'm making noise. Is it a noise abatement ordinance, or is it that even if you are seen drumming, even if it doesn't make noise, right? I mean, because some of these things can be done. You can acoustically just take care of the sound in the church, right? I'm sure some all the churches have money. They can actually do this. They can soundproof the church. Is this a possibility? Is the zoning issue, the land use issue a possibility? And finally, the noise abatement bylaw. Why can't we do it this way? Why must this happen every time?
You have supplied the answer yourself because it is cosmopolitan. You even go to the police station and they tell you they don't understand Ga.
They don't understand Ga?
Yes, I have done cases where the statements written by the accused persons, they said a Ga man, Pakpo Alote, gave his evidence in Twi and was translated into English. And they tell you they cannot speak Ga. So those that you are saying will come and enforce, are they interested in enforcement? But I can assure you that on 2 occasions I read a statement on behalf of the Ghana Traditional Council. And it's always there that we are going to collaborate with the regional police, the regional minister, and the local authorities. How many there even care to know what we are doing? We don't say that our own people will do it. And sometimes we even if they are going to be vigilantes, give them ID cards that when they go, they should show that they are coming from the Ghana Traditional Council. But it is the general apathy, that everybody wants to do his own thing. The first time I realized that people are calling Accra their hometown was when I became a high commissioner and I was dealing with passport applications. And almost everyone that came in front of me was born in Accra. Born in Accra. I said, is that the case now?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe
Many of us were born here.
now that I'm 70, I didn't realize the difference. But everybody said was born in Accra, Kolebu, Tama, born here. You see where we are now. So if we don't also get up to flex our muscles a little, it means that we are going to completely lose everything. We are here. You made a point the other time that how come that there is not one commercial radio station which is dedicated to the speaking of Ga? Commercial. All they give you is community. And why can't they give us a slot? Why can't they give us a slot? That look, we are all doing Akan, but we give you 10, 15, we'll give you 2 hours on Saturday, so and so. I negotiated that one with Kennedy Ajepong, and we started doing that on Saturdays at the station. Why can't they even do that? They don't care. The drama that our people used to do, the Ga drama on TV and the rest, he said it's all gone because if you go to any television studio and you want to talk about Ga, they say we don't do Ga here. If you are coming to do Ga drama, forget. Then it will not.
So the issue basically is not just about drumming and dancing. There's a bigger grievance about Ga identity, Ga language, Ga culture.
Not necessarily. There's a bigger fight the Gadangbe Council and the rest are doing. But we are talking about this particular custom which we have, which we do only once in a year, which people are not showing respect to, and most of them are people that we respect, that they will be doing meditation, and that they can keep quiet and meditate.
I mean,
people who can meditate are refusing to be part of it. And they are fighting
it doesn't make it illegitimate. I mean, when I say that it's not just about drumming, I'm not trying to suggest that it is not a legitimate grievance. But what I'm saying is that there are a lot of issues about Ga lands, about all these things that erupt every now and then. And that this has also latched onto the larger grievance around Ga identity, Ga indigeneity, and all of those things. And because I also speak as somebody who grew up I'm a Tema boy. I grew up in Tema. I went to Saito in Tema. Not once did I, when I was growing up, not once did I know that drumming and dancing, drumming during Homowa was up. I grew up in maybe between Tema Newtown and Sakumono. The area is their territory. So there was no vigilante enforcement of any. So over time, some of these issues have taken a certain dimension that growing up I never knew existed. People drummed, people danced, whether it was Pan Logo or whatever, people danced, went to church. It was never an issue.
You see, they have shorter periods. That's the difference. In Accra, it's longer. But they all do. They impose it everywhere. Osula, Tashinungwa, and
I'm
the
saying
rest.
it's a very recent, it's not more than 30, 40 years ago.
No. It's always been there in Tema.
Chairman.
They are shorter periods compared with what we do. That is why. So you wouldn't know, maybe 1 week and it's gone.
Yeah.
So how do we solve the problem? Because clearly, in terms of social cohesion, at least for 1 month, it causes a problem.
Yes.
In terms of interfaith, all of that, it causes a problem. So what is the solution?
They should meditate. I brought some of my people who want to throw more light.
Yes, sure.
Hello, Chairman. I just want to make a brief intervention. I think the representation being made here is not fairly accurate because we have been collaborating over the years with the Ga Traditional Council in particular, even though we collaborate all over the country. Even this, about a week or two, we had a funeral. We did it at Legon because the funeral is from Mamprobi, because Mamprobi had a band. So we had to move the whole funeral. The pastor, the congregation, we moved them. So by and large, we have collaborated very well. And I think we can. I'm from the Christian Council. But I think the key that the chairman mentioned is how it is enforced. It is the enforcement that is problematic. Because where you have a case, even traditional churches, in fact, I had a call from, I can mention his name, from the former General Secretary of the Christian Council, Fred Degbe, because one of his churches had been implicated and invited to the Ghana Traditional Council. He was asking me whether they should go or not. The issue was about a use of microphone. In church, they were not excessively noisy. So it is the vigilantism aspect of it that is problematic. So if we can fine-tune that area, like you have suggested, through the municipal council. By and large, we are very compliant. I think most of us are very compliant, even the Pentecostal charismatic churches.
Chairman. Okay. Thank you.
Chair, the Ghana Pentecostal and Charismatic Council has been fingered. Yes. So I'm compelled to respond to that. Yes. I'm compelled to respond to that. I think, like my colleague Cyril mentioned, every year, what we try doing, and it's not just the GPCC, we do it together with the other ecumenical councils, is to try and engage with the Ghana Traditional Council. You see, very often what we've been looking for and we've been suggesting is to have a committee, a joint committee that would work together on this. Not as a way of, if you like, demeaning the custom, but as a way of enforcing it in such a way that it doesn't create any problem. We've not been very successful because whenever it gets there, it is like there is no room for engagement. We say you do, you know. And in the process of doing, in the process of doing it, where you're blind be, that is the problem all the time. Okay, they take advantage of the occasion. There are no ID cards. They are not being designated. Like was being said, you can hold the mic and your room can be as soundproof as ever. One of them will enter and come and monitor, and at the time you are speaking, he will call the others. They come in, they wouldn't listen to anybody, and it becomes chaotic. In fact, we would even think that if you come and we are violating, there should be a protocol for dealing with this process. No. You know, it is very chaotic. And it doesn't help anybody. And so, this year, on the sidelines, I've had one of my council executives for us to meet with a retired justice, the chief of staff. We've had some engagement on the informal level. And so we are trying to open a new window of engagement. What we are asking for is engagement, and this will be implemented in, if you like, an orderly manner. But the approach where it is like no engagement, I mean, you don't know the boundaries. Sometimes the paper that comes out says you can't even clap. You can't clap. Oh, Empa, no, you see, are we saying noise making or clapping?
It's part of it. It's part of it.
There should be a level. Papa, there should be a level. You see, there should be a level where the clapping becomes problematic. There should be a level where, in fact, without any sound, without any vocals, I can put the mic down and still disturb without microphone. I can put the microphone down and still disturb. So I think we need to define this a bit more clearly and implement it in a more defined way. Otherwise, there are a lot of ambiguities. I mean, not knowing the boundaries. And that is where the vigilante groups take advantage and abuse the system. So please, we are not saying we wouldn't respect the custom. Our issue is how it is managed. May
I also just contribute a little bit? Mm-hmm.
That are particularly intimately affected by this, under the auspices of the council, SHRAP, the police service, Ghana traditional, can these bodies get together and develop like a framework MOU to guide it?
Chairman, sir.
That is what we are attempting now.
Chairman, sir. If you just a point of order, I just want to interject what you are saying.
Right.
Please.
Thank you.
I'll come back to you.
Thank you. I was going to say, I've been trying to say so many different things because the topic keeps moving. But I would also like to ask about this ambiguity that we're talking about here. Why don't we reverse engineer the whole thing? Why is it that we have to have these yearly, discussions every year in Accra only? What do the other regions do? That's what I'd like to know, first of all.
Well, I'm based in Accra. In fact, I didn't know that in the other regions, some of these bans also apply. So I'm not saying that if they don't apply there or if they apply there, it should be the same. I don't know about that. But I'm talking about how we manage where I'm located. Is there a way of, if you like, making it a bit more clear, so that if it's noise levels,
I'm not taking anything away from what you're saying, but I have a feeling that when somebody says no clapping, no this, no that, that is it. You don't need a yearly reminder to know that these are, because it seems like every year it has to be explained and re-explained and re-explained. It includes clapping, it includes microphones or whatever it is, drums and, whatever else. I think we should have... You should whisper. No, I'm just joking about that. But, I totally agree with you that there should be a streamlining and there should be a point of order. And also there should be some kind of education to the youth or the people who we are terming vigilantes, which they are not. They have a reason why they do these things. And it's also due to lack of education in a certain direction. So they also need that education so that they'll be clear in their minds what they can and cannot do. And maybe, yes, within the traditional setting, they should be regulated and, again, as I say, educated so that they know exactly how they're going to go about it. But it's a bit distressing that every year, every single year, adults, we have to come back to the same subject. So we need to knuckle down, do it once, and then we understand. We all come from a heritage somewhere. We all have traditional leaders. We all have familial leaders. And we all know what it means to do things according to custom, culture, everything else that we want to. And we take it upon ourselves to lead the way when we do these things. So as adults, we really should be able to knuckle down, put the points down once, and then after that, we just follow it, and everybody does their part. It's only within a short period that we ask for this. And there's something that I find very fundamental, which has been touched on by Honorable, that at the bottom of all this is actually our right to our heritage and our survival as a group. It's at the heart of what happens and keeps recurring. If you look into our history within the past maybe 20 years, you would see how girls have been marginalized within a lot of institutions. I do not need to go into that. We all see it and we all know it. If we are going to make that a topic, we'll be here till tomorrow morning. Girls have been marginalized, and it's time that it is said out loud. And people need to address it, because we go abroad and we shout, we're being discriminated against by the white man. But in Ghana, we are being discriminated against black people by black people. So we need to sort this thing out, because it is at the root of this recurring problem. It is. And the municipal assemblies are there and supervising mayhem. We all see it, because we're all surrounded by rubbish. We're all surrounded by stinking gutters. We are all surrounded by people screaming and shouting, and radios and this, and ducks and dogs and chickens, and nobody seems to be in charge. So these are all fundamental to what we're witnessing here. We'll sit here and do this every year if we don't take care of all these elementary things. And they are actually basic rights for all humans. And as for our culture, we have entitlement to survive. We have the human right to have our culture intact. Everybody in Ghana under this constitution has that right. We are only asking for same and for respect. Thank you.
I think it's a pretty sad commentary, I agree, on all of us, that we have to wait every year to go through this thing. You know, it's been recurring for many years, certainly for the life of the Fourth Republic. I remember having this conversation with Emil Short in 1990-something. It's been recurring. How come we have not been able to get to a place where we have a solution? We have created ministries for chieftaincy and religion. We have Shraj. We have NCC. We have National Commission bodies that actually, Peace Council, all of them. If we sat all of us in a room and expanded the horizon beyond Homawa Ban, and you are correct, all these curfews popping up, punishment orders from chiefs popping up around the country, clearly the sovereign is asleep at some point, right? The state that had the sovereign authority over this entire territory called Ghana is asleep at the wheel, unfortunately. And so power abhors a vacuum. People step into the void and they take power into their own hands. So yes, it is the abdication of responsibility partly that explains what it is we're witnessing. And the state needs to step up and say, look, I am the sovereign in this space, and this is not going to go on. If there is a death in the royal household, this is how we must manage it. If there is noise abatement, every particular culture has its own peculiar stuff that they care about in their local area. If it is X who has passed in territory B, this is how we sort it out. It cannot be just an Accra-specific issue, because every traditional area has its own peculiar things that they care about. So I think we can solve this problem at an elevated national level, where we have these framework agreements and MOUs and other things, where we don't have to revisit this issue every year. It's just not correct, right?
Yeah, I think the particular issue of Homowo and the question of noise making, we have to take it very seriously, for the simple reason that there is too much noise in our environments. And the problem here appears to me to be that during that period, churches are identified and sought to be, sought to be sanctioned. But I think we ought to look at it broadly. Take the motor riders and the way they adjust their exhaust pipes and disturb everybody. Take the question of how every driver is honking uselessly, and so on and so on and so forth. So, but I think to go around it, unless our brothers from the Ga community insist that it must only be managed under customary law, but if it is really managing the issue, then I think the chairman's position or the chairman's proposal that we should elevate the management of this issue to the state level, we ought to look at it very seriously, so that we get the district or local authorities to make legislation and to get this legislation enforced. And to actually, it's not only the Ga people who have this issue of a period of sanctioning noise making. It's in virtually all of our cultures. And we could lift it to a national level and get the state authorities to manage it. But of course, the larger cultural issue of gas, and I'll call it a cultural extinction. It is something that is very serious. Some years ago, if you came to Accra, you would learn the Ga language. Now, if you came to Accra, it's not the Ga language that you will ordinarily learn. It is more likely you will learn Twi. You know, and when we are talking about social cohesion, national unity, and so on, it's very critical because these cultural things really are sensitive, and everybody gets ruffled when their cultures are touched in ways that are not very sound for them. I think it is all of our interest, I don't know where in the Constitution this can be solved. I, for instance, say that one of the big problems we have as people, Africans, is the marginalization of our languages. We don't teach them in school anymore. I always say that we are talking about Constitution, we are talking about laws to manage our lives, but the laws are in languages that majority of our people don't even know what it is. What kind of a democracy is it that it is managed and practiced in language? Again, so the cultural issues are things that ought to be addressed. I don't know that it is the place here in this Constitution. I don't know. The Constitution makes some references to cultural this and that. It's not enough. It's a political question that all of us must have a responsibility in raising. Otherwise, coming back to the specific issue, I agree with the chairman that it must be elevated to the level of state legislation and enforcement. Otherwise, we'll continue every year, every day, to come back on this issue, and yet it is affecting all of us. The extreme noise making is affecting all of us. Nobody is doing a study to find out how it is affecting our hearing health. But I'm sure there must be some effect on that.
Chairman,
thank you.
Chairman.
I said that and then this.
Oh.
I think I said you and then.
Chairman Prof, thank you so much. And I think the context of this discussion, we are dealing with it within a national constitution. But that we also know that there's a wave or a storm of cultural assertiveness and cultural reawakening, which is blowing across. And that is coming to clash with what the Constitution could determine as human rights and other issues. A scenario that I want to set, how dangerous it is, so that we can all agree on the best modality to handle it. You know, there was a time when there was a terrible clash between Zongo community and the Hohoi traditional authority. The chief imam died. I hope I didn't stir something here. Chief imam died. But at the time, I think there was some tradition that they don't bury. So the chief imam was buried. The traditional people went and exhumed and threw the body on the wayside. I don't hope it happens. Assuming my own old man died today, and at a time when he was in Dombari, and we've given the way we are, our things, and we bury him. And a group goes to exhume and throw his body somewhere. I mean, can you imagine what can happen? So, it's a national issue. It's not even the position of Accra. In Ashanti region, when the royal family, when something happens, they can tell you nobody should come out. So your freedom of movement is restricted. Even when you're going to die, probably, you will not go to the hospital. Because the traditional people will deal with you. So even your right to life is constrained. But we have a nation we call Ghana. We have a nation, we have a constitution. And democracy is what is now being used. So I think we have to really, within the constitution, find a way by which these concepts that has come, culture, or democracy, and things that bring us into clash, that we handle it in such a way that it doesn't throw us into some of these things that we are talking about. For example, because we live in the modern times, probably the need for us to even define what noise means. Because apart from the gun issue, we also have the issue of noise making. And we have a law that has to do with it. So what are the decibels? In the Environmental Protection Agency, for example, they will tell you the decibels that you cannot go beyond. So in this particular sense, I mean, we are speaking English, there are sound, there are noise. So when the pastor is preaching, is he making noise? When I'm giving my sermon on Friday and I'm using a mic, am I making a noise? During our call to prayer, which we call the azan, which is a normal thing that it's not a noise, but it's a call. You see, so we need to, you see, so we need to really get the definition within the context of the Ga culture, and then also be as reasonable as possible, so that, in fact, just on the Eid day, I was presenting the Chief Imam's message, and I was advising, I don't know some of you who listened to me on the Eid day, on Eid al-Adha day, so advising that we should respect the traditional authority and the imposition of the ban on noise, so that if you are a chief, don't allow drummers to drum behind you when you are going home. Don't allow it. So we advise. But assuming the imam who was reading the Quran, and now I'm praying behind him, and he's using the mic, and it's a big crowd, and so therefore we need to hear the imam reading, and we need to hear the one who carries his voice. Do we define this as noise? So we've lived together for all these years. We know the Muslim tradition, the Christian tradition, whatever. But there are things that you can really see, this one is noise. I think the spirits themselves, I'm sure, I mean, they know what they meant, but maybe as human interpreters. So great respect to the traditional authority. I'm worried because it's not an Accra issue alone. If you go to Hoho, it has happened before in Kumasi. If you go to the north. So we are dealing with the national constitution. So let's see, how does culture come into clash with the laws of our lands, and find a middle way. And I like Justice, my Lord Atukweotu, I remember him very well for the way he is able to really meander and settle cases. And he used the middle of the way. And that expression is something that is, for me, impressive. Middle of the way means that you will not throw away all what the Ga community is saying, but you also not throw away completely the right of others. That's why you take the middle of the road. And I think that we should be able to craft something along that line. Thank you.
The Constitution doesn't do too well is that when it's talking about rights versus culture and versus religion, it tends to talk about it from the individual perspective. The individual being the right holder versus the culture versus the religion. But some of the conversations we are having are really about communities, communal clashes, clashes around not just a portable rights that an individual has, but also the rights that we're talking about represent communities, and then they are clashing against other communities. And, the Constitution doesn't do too well when it's handling community versus community. But I think that basically we are at a stage in our life as a nation where some of the ways, somebody said in the beginning that we've been lucky. Actually, we've been very lucky because the state has not been very intentional about molding us together as a unit. We've been very lucky. We just gotten along fine. Maybe some divine intervention, but the state hasn't been very intentional and responsible, in my view, about cultivating this kind of intra and inter cultural harmony that we enjoy. The state hasn't done too much to actually merit the outcome we are seeing. But I think it's gotten to a point where, like you said, there's a lot of cultural assertiveness. People are beginning to feel, with reason, marginalized, imposed upon, not adequately respected. And we need to become more proactive in managing these things. And I think it's not sufficient to just create a ministry or a secretariat and say there is religion and chieftaincy affairs and that you leave it at that. I think we need to find a way to be more actively managing these things. Like I said, we haven't had a conversation with the National House of Chiefs. That's the last group we are going to beat, all 80 of them. When they give us a date, they are available. And these issues will come up again. It's among the issues that they themselves have told us they have a long list of issues. I suspect that this would be one of them. And so I think it's important for us to get, especially again, I'm appealing to you if you have insights in written form that you can share with us so that we can really elevate this to an urgent kind of level and get the state authorities to understand that it is not good enough to just turn a blind eye to what's going on, allow this to go on every season, and then it goes, and then you go to sleep and do nothing about it. Because there are underlying currents. It's not just about drumming and dancing. We all know that. There are underlying currents. There are other issues that are probably more germane, but this becomes the only kind of opportunity to express it. And so we should take it as an early warning of sorts and do something about these things, because it's flaring up every place. And it makes the lives of many of us insecure. You are here, this rule applies to you. When you're here, you go here, this rule applies. You don't know which one to follow. So it's not good for the security of any one of us traveling in this country that, these things might happen to us.
Chairman, we have called me several times, but I want to.
You've also spoken plenty of times.
No, I'm not. Because, you see, as a chairman, I was thinking that you help us to do the talking and you summarize. But sometimes you summarize people, then we don't know what to say. I'm just going to buttress what you are saying.
Because I'm trying to get clarity so that we will do our work well.
Chairman, I appreciate that. Respectfully, sir, I was going to talk about where you just landed, about what is happening. You see, we are thinking globally, but we must also act locally. The key issue that is now on the RECSEC as the Peace Council, we advised the RECSEC, and the Regional Security Council just met on this particular issue of this home war, and that's what I want to bring to the table. Just last week, the RECSEC met, and one of the issues was on what has happened, where 14 churches were summoned to, and last chairman rightly said, it's becoming a peace issue. So, as a chairman of the Greater Accra Tribes, we are beginning to engage the council. Yeah, we've had one meeting already. We are engaging the Ghana Pentecostal Council and the particular churches where this happened, and to find out what actually happened. And we are to report to the RECSEC so that we can all come together to take it. So we said, respectfully, sir, I agree with you that we should look at it nationally, but it is also a local issue. And I keep on coming back to the the Peace Council. Because the way it is set up and its membership constitution, it will help us if we all put our hands together to help solve some of these problems. We are hoping that this year they will come, after we have done the deliberations, we'll come out with a document. Because as we speak now, the ban ends on the 12th. A month before even the issue came out, I think they will have told us. So the Peace Council issued letters already, even before the formal listing came out. So there could be individual pockets of churches that may be, and not the whole churches. And that's what we need to be aware of. So, Mr. Chairman, the way forward will be to come out with a written document. As we are speaking now, the ban ends on the 12th. But if you listen to the announcement, it says after that, there will be no funerals. Yeah, but that originally, for example, did not begin. So people put all their funerals after the 19th.
The new law.
Exactly. So what I'm just saying that NMA was and what touching. NMA fake and so what touching? Chairman, what touching? And come out with one document that will solve the perennial, issues. And please take it from us that the Peace Council is on this,
including in the other areas outside of the Ghana.
Yeah, that is why I'm saying you think globally, but you act what locally. So normally we work through, and then it will get to my boss.
Chairman. Yeah, do I have the floor? Prof. Chairman, I've seen the mic. So I just want to react quickly to what my senior brother, Mr. Ayukochu said. I'm so close to him than they can imagine. Yes, and I will tell him after the program. The guns I know, including myself, are advocates of our culture to be preserved. I have told a lot of people that, look, people are saying that guns are forcing their religion on them. I said, no, it's not. What is happening in a way is to tell you that you're on somebody's land. So every year, the enforcement is done for you to know that the land belongs to somebody, even if you are not a gun. If we look at it very carefully, we shouldn't see ourselves as vulnerables when you see outsiders taking over or being in Accra, because our forefathers have a policy of assimilation called Ablikomba Kumawo. And it was deliberately done that even guns allow, especially the Kwahus, to marry Ghana women and give them land. And that's why we have Kokromimle and we have Accra New Town and Lagos Town. I mean, even the Nigerians were given a place to stay in Accra. All this was done with the policy that you develop a nation with strangers. These things have been done, and we stay with this coexistence with everybody and there's peace. What we are seeing now, something has happened. And if my people don't take cognizance of what has happened, we are overreacting on the issue we could have solved easily. We feel threatened and feel vulnerable because we have slept. And if we are waking up, we shouldn't wake up people who are going to fight. We should wake up people who are strategically positioning ourselves to recognize that Accra belongs to us. I'm an Anglican. I can assure him that every ban on drumming, for the whole period, the church deprived us of contemporary music because it comes with drums and guitar and all that. And we don't do anything at all until the time is past. Not only that, no funeral in our church all through this period. What again are they looking for from us? 3, the Ghana Language Society is not a religious-based society. The Ghana Language Society is a society for all Ghanaians, including people who are not practicing traditional religion. So when I hear them speaking, they should speak for me too, who probably is not practicing the African traditional religion, but I'm a Ghan. And so let's have the idea that Christianity is not against traditional religion. But the people attack the church because, one, not because of making noise, but they feel the Christian faith is against the African religion. So this is the time we will get you. This is the time we can have a pound of flesh. And that is why the excesses are coming in there. And if you don't take care, what happened yesterday in my church, it's just Sunday. If I hadn't intervened, the guy who entered our church, I don't know, because they said he has unlawfully entered the place, and I asked him, what is the problem? He said, you are using mic. And I said, if you go outside, did you hear the mic? He said, I'm inside. I said, who invited you? Because as soon as you enter the church, you are part of us. And there wasn't any noise. So I'm going to beg them and beg myself. Let's go back to the drawing board. The ban on drumming is something that has been with us. Our forefathers put in place so that there will be sanity prior to a more celebration. And all is done, including even not even frying fish. He knows. Not even cooking, what do you call it, maize. He knows. But the issue of ban on drumming has always been concurrently with no funeral. This is the first time I'm hearing 1 week after funeral. And you see, the more you try to qualify it, the more you are killing it. There's something called death by 1,000 qualification. When it happens that way, those of us who are very indigenous will start having problem in defending what belongs to us. So let's go back to the drawing board. Let's avoid the rough edges and let the thing appear as what it is. And everybody will comply with it without feeling that they've also been given a raw deal. And that's what I would say. And some of us who have studied the traditional religion and studied Christianity will help for the church and the state and the Ghana state to be bigger and strengthened than it is. Other than that, we may not be able to fight it and make it something for our own legacy or our heritage. Thank you.
Yo, Prof, I'll just add a short thing to it. I'll just add something short.
Thank you so much, Prof. Okay. Papa Osofo are taking the wind out of myself and some of the issues I wanted to mention. The main idea is going forward. But you cannot go forward when you don't know the historical antecedent. And Papa Osofo mentioned one. This thing started way back 16th, 17th century. And urbanization by that time, like we see today, wasn't there. So frying fish was a taboo when the ban on noise making. Pounding fufu. Our people were pounding maize, corn, to make the kenke before the corn meal came, which gave us the name komi. So the komi you see is out of the corn meal. Where they come, I want the corn meal, the one made from the corn meal, that's the komi. That became the name. Those days, you cannot pound the maize to make your kenke because it will create noise. Whistling. And then our kolomashi, those days, that's the music, our gumbe and the rest, when the period for ban on noise making is imposed them. Then when urbanization started setting in, people on the market will start ringing bell to attract customers. So this also came in. You can't ring your bell. But as we gradually progress, this thing was also shelved and was accommodated. Industrialization came in, even using machines. The honking of the cars, the touting of sounds and everything also started emerging. And then gradually it became part of the activities or objects that make noise that the ban have to be placed on them. But currently, we have also gone long way to accommodate some of these things. And the current issues are the entertainment centers, where they will play their music, and it will be blaring all over. So we say then, when the ban on noise making has come, then please you have to stop. But to some extent, if you come to La, I come from La, we normally have engagement with the Council of Churches and the entertainment, the sports who operate when it is about 2 weeks for it to place ban on drumming. And then we ask them some of the new emerging situations and some of their concerns. And then we have dialogue and discuss and see how. So they even came with the position that during the ban on noise making, those operating the sports, they use their speakers, but the speakers are playing our song, but it's still making noise. Yes, because there is that ban, don't make noise, but also to attract their customers, our song will be the one that they are playing. So by that one, they are allowed. So if you allow them, then can't we also use the mic to make announcement in our auditorium or preach like Sheikh was saying? Because we have definition of noise making to some extent in academia, that if someone is speaking and you don't understand it, then it's disturbing you, it's making noise. But if he is speaking and you understand it and you can pick some issues from it, then he's not making noise. So that's what I've also deduced from his. So that's to some extent, we allowed some of the churches that you can use the mic based on the size of your auditorium. But where you see a small church about a quarter of this room, and the person has even put the speakers outside because the speakers have no space in the room because of the size that they are operating. And openly, and some of these churches, when they are talking, this one there is noise. Definitely, because you are speaking in tongues, which is not Ghana, and I don't understand. So you are making noise. And then when it comes to clapping, it has also become, when they are beating Satan outside, whom they are not seeing, the clapping is very severe. You see, so you are not seeing the person too. So these things we say, you are intentionally making the noise. So to some extent, the ban has now narrowed down to the electronic devices, the guitars, the organs, because the churches sometimes say, well, let us play the organ. The Orthodox churches say, this time the organ has there are some drum and other things that have been incorporated. So when you allow it to play the organ, then the drum, conga, will start emerging. So the best of it, please, let us now see it. So don't play the organ. So to some extent, they are allowed to use the mic based on the size of the auditorium. But last year, majority abused it. So this year, we are yet to start our meeting. You know, Gamashin had their period, and La, we also have our period. So already the homework committee has met. They say, for this time, the mic there, we have to ensure that we include it. The mic, the clapping, the organ, and the drums. And they understand us, and we also understand them. So you will not hear some of these things happening in La, because we normally meet. And we are grateful to the Presby Church. They have even adopted our homework. Yes, homework. So these Jama songs, they are now sponsoring the Jama groups for song competition, song competition. It's the Presby Church that is organizing it. And last year, it was very interesting. But like my boss said, the Pentecostals, the charismatics, and we are not pointing at them directly, probably not the association, but the individual churches that identify with that type of probably the worship, but they have not registered with them. They are those. The individual people who say God has called them. And we don't know whether I called them, like someone said, Apreku, my daughter. And Apreku is a male name. So we don't know how they were called and they responded. This is what has actually happened. So we have some form of some pointer how to ensure compliance. That the dialogue, that's what we normally do. And like the assembly was mentioned, Afolada de Gotopon, we involve the assembly. We meet with them, then the police, because the municipal security, we meet with them. And they even sign the tag that our so-called vigilantes were, that's Safuacheme, to go around, especially when you go to cantonments and the red, there are some hidden churches within that. They are not in the town, but because of the geographical location, they are with us. So these are some of the things that we do. And then we also come with a community task force that include the church. They also give us some task force, some members to join the task force that we go out with. So that even if we are getting to a church and we have heard something, they are those people who even take the lead and go and then speak to the pastor for them to understand. And I think when we adopt some of these measures, it will help us. Because when you come to Greater Accra, we all don't have the same calendar for our homework. So we don't place ban on noise making the same period, but we have different times of the year that we really do that. So our honorable members, we respect you. We are all members of your church. I'm a Presbyterian. I worship with Abukobi now, Zimama. And we appreciate whatever you do with us. So please, like the chairman said, there is a need for it to take a certain supervisory link so that we can discuss it there and come out with some form of implementation strategy or framework that will rule out, and then when understanding meets someone else's attitude and actions, I think it will help us resolve this amicably. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think it's way past our lunch time. We've had notice that lunch has been ready since around 1 something. So we're scheduled to close at 4, but we can go beyond that. Maybe hopefully not to 6 o'clock. We've done that before, but maybe after lunch we can stay till about 4:30 or 5 before, so that we can have time to discuss other issues. But I think Professor Kakari, before, we also made a point about this language issue. And not to say that the drumming and the homo war issues are not important to the GAS, but a number of issues have been raised about marginalization, including of culture, language, and heritage. And I think, maybe in the proposals that you make around education, our educational system. I learned Ga in Saito. It was taught me as part of public school in Tema. I don't know that if it's done these days, but these are issues that, again, the state has to be intentional about. If your language is not finding expression in local media, NMC, there are sometimes you can impose universal service obligations on those you give your spectrum to, and say, among the things that you do in this space, at least have 1 hour of local language programming. These are done in many other places. There are ways to do this, right? And I think sometimes we're a bit too insular in trying to invent the solution. There's other people do this in other countries. We can find models of how this works, and if you talk to the professionals, Professor Kakari and others who've done, broadcasting, this can be done. It doesn't have to be only Obunu FM speaking Ga. You can have these things done as part of universal service obligations and the like. So there are ways, there are models out there. Let's look at how others have done this. We haven't done badly in interfaith and intercultural harmony, but I think we've been more lucky than deliberate about it. And it's about time that we really try to do this more. It may not take this constitution to do it, But at least if you take a framework and you allow for legislation or local government or some system to handle this, we could all live here in peace. So let's try and have lunch and come back here, maybe hopefully in an hour. a very healthy and robust conversation and dialogue this morning and afternoon, and I hope that the rest of the day will follow the same pattern. If you don't mind, I think we can proceed to the last category of issues that in my introductory remarks I put on the table, which is the church or mosque in a civic role, broadly beyond religion and beyond church, mosque, state matters, because that is part of our broader mandate, and I have been around long enough to know that our religious bodies, in fact, do have very strong views and perspectives on these matters from the period of the military regimes and the religious bodies and Catholic standard and all of those things. So I hope you don't mind that we shift gears and then spend the balance of the time to listen to your perspectives on broader civic, social governance, political issues. It's open-ended. You can speak to any one of those issues. We've had conversations here around anti-corruption, around natural resource governance, its implications on, say, Galamsey, but other issues. When we met the various presidents, there were a number of suggestions around how our political system is constructed, whether or not it is enhancing good governance. People have talked about the powers of the president being excessive, and various presidents and political leaders have expressed their opinion on it. Local government has been a big issue. How do we decentralize? Almost everybody talks about electing MMDCs, but that is where the consensus ends. And then that's also where the other bigger questions begin. If we begin to elect MMDCs in Accra alone, we would be electing almost upwards of 26, 27 mayors in the space that we call Accra. We don't even know what is Accra any longer. There's greater city, Accra city area, maybe from Bawe to Adenta or wherever. We'll have about 30 mayors. Kumasi probably will get about 20. Is it manageable? Can we work with that number? When you look at a country like Kenya, much larger country in population, economy, and land size, the whole country has 47 counties. They've divided it up into only 47. And they are managing their devolution in that way. So there are a lot of questions that have come up through this process. I mentioned the Council of State. It's very topical. Some want it totally abolished. Others are of the view that it can be preserved in a different form. If we reconstitute it, we change the composition, we give it different functions, different powers, and the like. So all of these issues have come before us, and we are grappling with that and many others. So you are free, please, to let's help us with your views on that as well. So the floor is open.
The closest I've been to law is canon law, and so I'm not a lawyer, and I'm a canon anyway. Now, what is the role of report of a consultative assembly like this, leading to a structure of constitution or a structure of an architecture of a constitution? What role does that report play in reference to the statement, the framers of the law? The framers of the law. in interpreting a constitutional clause? I want to ask further, but I want an explanation so that my ignorance is cured, and then I can proceed further. Thank you.
Do you want to answer that, or I mean, yes, it is an important record. The report usually of a body like this, and even beyond this, in this 1992 Constitution, there was a body like this, chaired by Nana Dr. SKB Asante, and beyond this body, it went to a consultative assembly, which was a much larger body, more social representation, civil society groups, professional groups, they also met. So you could say that, and when a matter gets to the court for interpretation in terms of the meaning of something that is in the Constitution, a text, it's fair to make reference to, say, what the SKB Asante Committee of Experts said on the matter, because that's where we begin to get the logic, the rationale for certain choices they made. Why did they go this way? Why did they go that way? Because that helps with interpretation, because in interpretation, you are also trying to divine the intention of the framers, of those who drew up the Constitution. What were they intending? What were they thinking when they did this? And the Consultative Assembly is also another layer. They are also framers, because it is their view on the Asante Committee report that ultimately was sent to the referendum. So they also took the SKB Asante Committee report, deliberated further on it. So if you want to understand why they accepted certain provisions in the Asante report and others, you would find that in their report or in the proceedings of the assembly. And so, these are important reference documents when something gets to the court and they can't understand. In some other countries also, the debates beyond the Consultative Assembly, because it went to the people to vote on the referendum. So the people themselves sometimes become part of the people at the time who adopted the Constitution. What was the public debate in the media about this provision or that provision? What did they understand that they were voting for or against? So in some places, even that third layer becomes part of what the court may refer to in the future. So these are important foundational documents because without it provides context to the text, right? Because you need context to the text. Otherwise, the text alone might not be self-explanatory. You need the additional insight to help you to tell the meaning of things, right? So this whatever we produce here, this is why it's not enough to just say we propose this. We have to give a reason why we think this should be done this way, and that will give the judicial applier of the law in the future an idea what we're trying to do. Yeah, so it's something very valuable. Yes. So for example, I mean, if it went to a higher body, the Consultative Assembly report is like in the form of a Hansard, right? So this is why when you're interpreting statute, for example, you need to know what the parliamentarians who were voting on that bill said in Parliament about what the bill was going to do, right? So just as with the Hansard, when it's a matter of statute, with the Constitution, what we say in this report, what the next body, all of those things matter, right? So it's the same thing.
Okay, thank you very much. And no, of course, indeed, you are a professor, so the things you've said are the things that I have come across about the original intent, the historical context, and also clarity of ambiguous provisions, and then the providing framework for interpretation. Now, this is my point. Ghana, to a very large extent, we are pluralized when it comes to some of these things, and draw play, and so far as our political life is concerned. But I believe and trust that when interpretation is done to a constitutional clause, the primary source of that interpretation formally probably should be referred to so far as the Constitutional Assembly is concerned. And then in that instance, other cases and other amendments are made. So then nobody will think and say that it's too much purposive interpretation. in that instance, it's not necessarily in the bosom of the law, whatever, and the lawyer, and the judge, whatever. Because we've had one too many, where people have taken political stand, and therefore they look at the interpretation or the rulings of the High Supreme Court with their political eye. But you see, if a Constitutional Assembly report is referred to as a primary source in the interpretation, it clears all these issues away. Why? As a young man growing, I've read the Constitutional Assembly report back forth by my reading. And then when I see ruling, and sometimes I don't see the compelling reference from the ruling of the justices. So far as a clause, I don't want to give a reference, but there are about 2 references I can give, which I believe the Constitutional Assembly report has been referred to. It will take away the biases or whatever has been said there. So then, the point is, how do you make it compelling? If it's possible. If it's not possible, then these issues will be there and you're unable to cure it. That was the reason why I asked my question. Thank you very much.
Makes even among jurists, even beyond, now we have what? We have 57, 60, 69, 79, and then 92. So beyond the SKB Asante report, beyond the Consultative Assembly proceedings in the Hansard and all of that, these are also primary documents, right? Because when you get to 79, you realize that a number of the things in 79 are borrowed from 69. This is the first, you could say the first post-Nkrumah democratic constitution was 69. So that has become the base for a lot of the things we've done. The Council of State appears first in that document. For example, if you want to understand the Council of State today, you have to go back to that history. The Ombudsman, Shrat, appears first in that document. So, and a lot of the language here is cut and paste almost from that time. So, in a way, in interpreting 79, in 92 also, you have to go back to 79, ask why it was like this in 79, but we changed it in 92. What was the logic behind us changing it? It was this in 69. We changed it in 92. So all of those things work. There's, however, another school in constitutional interpretation that says, well, the Constitution is also a living document. So if you always keep referring back to history, then its progressive evolution is stunted. I mean, you basically, you stunt the growth of constitutionalism. And that is where the debate usually begins. Exactly how do you balance these kinds of things, right? Because the Constitution is very difficult to amend. And so there are some who believe that, well, through judicial interpretation, we should be able to let it grow. And there are those who said, some who said, no, it's an illegitimate way of doing it. So there's an honest debate in the profession, in the academy, around how far do you go with this? And also language sometimes evolves. Language evolves in its interpretation and all of that. But I think, the standard idea is that you can't throw away these documents. You can't throw away the SKB Asante report. You can't throw away the Constitutional Assembly report. And for whatever it's worth, after this process, you can't throw away some of the things that will appear in our report if you want to understand what the Constitution is saying. But I think you are right in saying that I think it makes it easier for us to accept the legitimacy of a court decision if they make references to where they are getting their meanings. And otherwise, everybody would think that the court is just imposing a subjective meaning on something without reference to anything. And that is where some of the fights come about judicial review being judicial activism and going too far and all of those things. So these are debates that we have amongst jurists and among lawyers and judges. So it's a fair question. Oh, I mean, some constitutions, for example, the South African Constitution will tell you when you are interpreting the Bill of Rights, look at these sources. They actually are very clear. The Indian Constitution also implores the Supreme Court, when it is interpreting certain provisions, to have reference to certain things. So in the more modern constitutions, they are drafted that way. Ours is not drafted that way. Ours is not drafted that way. And, so sometimes the courts will say, well, we will use the interpretation statute. The interpretation statute, however, applies to interpretation of statutes, because you can't use statute. A statute cannot tell the court how it must interpret the Constitution. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land. Statute is next to the Constitution. But sometimes the interpretation statute will say, interpret it this way, right? And some courts will say, well, if we don't know how to go on this, let's look at the interpretation statute. And others will say, oh, but the interpretation statute can only to interpret the statute, not to interpret the Constitution, because it is subordinate to the Constitution. It's like the Parliament telling the court how to interpret the Constitution when the Parliament itself is subject to the Constitution. So there's a lot of debate around these issues. And it's a fair question. It's a fair question, and it's interesting that you are telling us to put some clarity on it. I mean, I'm not averse to the idea. I don't know if it's a popular position, but I think that, it's okay to instruct the judiciary in the Constitution as to how they should go about the task of interpretation. I don't have a problem with that, but it may not be a popular position.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Chairman, for the explanation. In my earlier submission, I made a point about definition of gender and sex in the Constitution. I didn't get any comment on that one, so I don't know whether that is accepted or not. There are a number of other things that you have mentioned that is also on our list. One of them is the election of MMDCs. We had that decision at the joint meeting with the Catholics. Then the other issue that is very high on our agenda is a more transparent asset declaration process to curb corruption in our society by public office holders here. And then another one, I'm just going to state the point so that we can discuss it further later. The other one is the powers of the president, the winner takes all issue. And we are advocating that some public offices, some top public offices must be through, if you like, an interview process, through Public Services Commission, rather than being appointed by the president. Galamsey, environmental care, environmental theology is also big on our agenda. And if we can say something about that also in our Constitution, I don't know whether it's the right place or not. The lawyers will educate us. But there are laws that we think are inimical to our well-being and to our environment. For instance, the laws that says we can mine in forest areas. What can we do about those so that it doesn't occur in the future? Sometimes our parliaments, as you said, go to sleep, and some of these things are passed. The other one that we also mentioned here is about partnership between the states and the missions, faith-based organizations.
State and
yes, the partnership between them, because we have a lot of partnerships in the provision of services, so essential services in society, like, in education, in health, and in so many other areas. Unfortunately, most of these things have not been well defined and codified. So if we can also look at that a bit. So these are the 4 or 5 issues that I can think of right now. I don't know if my colleagues will add some.
Okay, the issue of separation of powers. We see how even the Constitution gives that room for the president to appoint majority of his ministers from Parliament. Meanwhile, the same Constitution stipulates separation of powers. So you are here, you are there. Meanwhile, you are supposed to provides oversight over the other. How do you manage this? So that the amendment should really provide a clear roadmap for the realization of the real principle of separation of powers. That's very important. And then the issue of removing top officials from government. You know how the CJ's issue has created a lot of public discussion. We want the Constitution to make it quite tight. Everybody can be removed from office, even the president, but the process should be such that it cannot be done according to the whims and caprices of any government. It should be very tight. And then the Supreme Court, appointments to Supreme Courts continue to come non-stop. It will be fine if the Constitution can set the parameters. The minimum number, the highest number, that should be very clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see.
Thank you, Prof. Chair. The issue of the excessive power of the president has been an issue of major concern. I think it has found expression in many of the fora that has been organized. But how serious it is, I want to just cite this scenario of the former president's appointment of a party-affiliated person to the Electoral Commission. Because he has the power. So it depends on the president's whims. If he thinks this is what he wants to do, he will do it. And this is to paint a picture of how serious. But even more worrying is the fact that we have an Council of State that is supposed to advise. I seriously wondered whether, one, was the Council of State consulted, or they did not know about it? And what advice did they give? And this is the reason why I think that the issue of the excessive powers of the president must be seriously looked into, because it can lead us into. So the issue of charge, the EC, Prof, you yourself, you know, I mean, from Korea level, I mean, we have, during Charlotte Osei's time, I mean, we attempted to see we have to meet the Council of State to give our proposals as to what are the criteria to consider in selecting the chairperson of the EC. But before we could do so, if our decision had been taken, so we were told we were too late at the time. Still, it makes me raise the question as to, and I think I agree with those, I mean, for us to look at the relevance of the Council of State. Yes, even if the president is taking a wrong decision, and their role is just advisory, is subject to approval or disapproval by the president, then it really makes sense. We have to look at the mandate of the Council of State once again. The other very important thing has to do with the NDPC. The NDPC's role is still advisory, subject to approval, acceptance, or unacceptance. And they don't have anything to compel the president. And I cite an example again. Thinking within the context of national development. I couldn't understand, and I will not understand it up to now. Why 8 years we had a sugar factory in which colossal sum of money, hard-won, hard currencies were spent. And given the fact that there are tons of sugar that we import from outside, that the only sugar factory we have, we left it to rot for 8 years. And the NDPC is alive. There could be other examples. The housing problem of Saglemi is another example. These houses were built for the poor, not for the rich. And yet we left it like that. Regardless, there are issues, yes. But what could the NDPC have advised? So I think that we must couch some provision that will compel the government to apply the proposals of the NDPC so that it become really the center, or if you like, the radar, what gives direction to our national development projects in terms of infrastructure, and so on and so forth. It should not be the prerogative of a political party alone. Some of the things are very, very, very good. I mean, putting aside the politics, for example, 1D, 1F is something that I cherish a lot, but it remained as a slogan. Assuming it was fixed in NDPC's program, that any government that comes will have to continue with that. 1 district, 1 dam. These are projects that are germane to our long-term development. We are importing tomatoes from Burkina. If Niger decides to close its doors to us, we will not get our onion. But we have vast land. So for us to weaken the NDPC is to harm ourselves. So I want us to find a way by which we strengthen and heighten the mandate of the NDPC, that any government that comes will not just throw it away, but will work on it. I think these are the two.
In our conversations with the political class and successive political leaders, I think the sense is that the way it is composed, again, a lot of this goes to the composition. And when you look at the composition and the tenure, the term is coterminous with the term of a president. And then the membership is basically the president's cabinet ministers plus other. It's almost like a one-party project, right? So the way the composition is done makes its output, no matter how sound technically a document they come up with, makes its output almost inherently unacceptable to the next regime at great cost to the country, because these people are mostly, there is the commission in the constitution, and then there is the commission in the back room who are the technocrats who put this together. So the mere fact that there is the commission that we see, we are mostly politicians appointed by the president or from his cabinet, and then there is the other Ghanaian technocrats who are working on this thing. We don't usually see them. So it's affecting the acceptability, political acceptability of their document. So I think reform of the NDPC must, maybe like the Council of State, also go to the composition. How do we put the commission together? Its tenure. If it is coterminous with the term of the president, then it's creating a problem for the next president. So maybe a longer term. So some of these issues have come up. There's also one view expressed by one former president that it may be a bit ideological, right? So different parties come from different ideological persuasions. If you believe in central planning, more of the left persuasion, then a national development plan that is very command and control and says, let's do this, let's do that, let's do that, it's easier for you to accept than if you are from the market side of the spectrum that believes that, well, a commission like that should not be able to impose anything on us, but just targets. So, okay, by 2050, Ghana should aim to have this growth rate. This is where our population would be. This is how Accra would look like. This is how we project the country would be. And therefore, we would need X number of hospitals here. We would need X number so we can aim for those targets. More like indicative planning as opposed to command and control planning. And so there are these different views. And I think it's fair to say, we can take one of these. Even if we took the indicative planning and said, the NDPC must not tell us what we must do. It must give us a vision of, paint a picture of where the country would be X number of years from today, and then give us targets, growth rates and everything that we must do to meet that picture. Then leave it to the parties to then feed into that, come up with manifestos and programs that aim for that picture. And at least one country I've seen has something like that. Mongolia has in their constitution and a big framework law where political parties are supposed, there's a national plan, and political parties and political leaders in the period between elections, before election, they are supposed to submit their manifestos to a parliament and to this body that must basically review them to make sure that they are meeting the targets. But at least in that country also, the NDPC equivalent, the plan that they come up with, is adopted as an act of parliament in a bipartisan fashion. So there are ways in which if we structured it, it will be acceptable. It's a political acceptability problem, right? And I think it's, most people who have come here to talk to us about this have, I think, in principle accepted that there's something we need to do about it in that way. The Council of State is really also one of the things we want your opinion on. Again, is the history, right? So if you go to the 69 Constitution, which is where it first comes into our system, there shall be a Council of State to aid and counsel the President. Now, the President that is being referred to in 69 was not a politician president. He was a statesman president, which is that he was not the Prime Minister, was the head of government, but this is a head of state only. That president is not the president we have today. We have an executive president who combines both head of state and head of government functions. We had in 69 only a head of state president. And so when you look at the 69 composition, the first member of the Council of State in 69 was the Prime Minister. The next member was the Speaker of the National Assembly, the leader of the opposition, and the president of the National House of Chiefs. They were members of the Council of State advising, a president who did not stand for election. He was a statesman, head of state. And at that time, Article 6, Article 53, 6 says, the Council of State shall form part of the office of the president. But that president was different. Remember, that president was not the one we have today. That president is quite fundamentally different from the kind we have today. But we have essentially carried on from 69, borrowed from 69, without making the necessary mental change that we have shifted from a statesman president to a politician president. And so now we treat the Council of State as an appendage of the presidency still. So what the thinking is look, if it's a Council of State, it's not a Council of the President, then we must create a body that is a truly Council of State. So we must not say it is going to advise the President. It must be broader than that. advising the president should be just one of its functions. It can also advise even Parliament. It can be the one that vets nominations to EC and recommends the appointment to the president, who must appoint. This is actually one of the roles of the president in 69. In 69, it was the president who stood between the government and the independence of the independent bodies and institutions. The president played that role, right? So there are ways in which we have, the original conception was good. It was very good in 69. But as we have evolved in our constitutional evolution, we just, I won't say it's cut and paste, but I think the history, we got lost somewhere along the line in terms of the history. And if you want to go back, it's doable. This is why we are looking at, for example, a body like somebody mentioned the Peace Council, but if you are going to recompose the Council of State, what must it look like to give it legitimacy? Because I think a lot of people who want it to disappear, they don't think it's doing anything. Mostly a lot of young people also who don't see much value in it. But if, for example, we said, if the Council of State has, let's say, 3 types of membership, some ex officio members, maybe the president picks from a small pool of retired, even retired presidents, retired vice presidents, retired speakers, and must pick maybe 1 or 2 of those. And Parliament must pick 2 retired MPs. And the professional bodies and the clergy and CSOs and whatever must pick X number. And the regional houses of chiefs must pick 1 chief or queen mother or notable from the region. Let's say we compose something like that. Would it make it more legitimate? Would it get more respect? It's not dominated by the president's own people. You can't be an office holder in a party. Assuming we did all of those things, would we have reconstituted in a way that makes its advice something that a president cannot refuse? So, I mean, we are not in the business of throwing the baby away with the bathwater. We're not set up to do that. Of course, if we don't find that something is useful, we won't advise that it should be repeated. But if there's a way to save it, because not everything can be done through politics. Maybe there's something that the Council of State can do. It may be able to solve some conflict. It may be able to help us deal with the nomination and vetting of certain independent constitutional officers, EC, SHRAJ, NCCE, some of those ones. If we can find a way to retool it, why not? And bring people into the body, whose independence everybody can vouch for. No party coloration, clergy, academics, chosen by their own bodies, not by the president. So if you say, for example, 2 academics chosen by the Association of Vice Chancellors or whoever, right? Or 2 professionals chosen by Association of Professional Bodies, or clergy chosen, that kind of stuff. So that the president doesn't have to handpick and then nobody trusts the body and stuff like that. So again, trying to find a fitting role for a body like that, I think is part of, so some of the proposals, we are looking for recently the election of Council of State members exposed a certain design problem. Here you have a Council of State, and then people are elected onto it from the regions through district assemblies. And it has taken a party coloration. It turned even violent in some regions. How is a body that is supposed to stand above politics, advise the president, have any respect if the election is producing violence at the local level? So are we better off with the regional houses of chiefs choosing, not necessarily a chief, but a chief or a queen mother or a notable from the region to represent the region on it? Is it better? So there are ways in which this can be recalibrated to make sure that we can use it effectively for governance. And so these are some of the ideas I think that, so sometimes it's really not just a mandate issue, it's also the composition. And NDPC is also a clear case. Very good work, but if people don't trust the composition and the regime comes and says, I don't like these are a bunch of communists. I don't care about their product. I'm bringing my own. Nobody. We are wasting our resources. You know, people go through the extent of doing a 40-year plan, you know, with beautiful vision of Ghana in year 2057, and you come and say, well, it's useless. You know, but you can't fault them also. So again, please give us something. I'm just giving you the context so that you can feed your proposals into it, because this is how we can save some of these institutions so that we can make value out of them in the constitutional process. So I just mentioned two, but these are issues we are grappling with when it comes to the legitimacy of these bodies.
Chairman, respectfully, I want to find out, as we continue to do this review, the place of local governance in this whole development agenda. Fortunately for me, as part of my national assignment, I've also served as assemblyman. So next time, call me Honorable Assemblyman. I was a government appointee of the evolution of the assembly. If you recall, we had all that assembly, and the structure was this. Actually, I was part of the constitution. I was then representing the Christian Council, the Council of Churches at Hope, and we were invited into part of that review. We were to start this way: unit councils, and then you come to area. That's where you have the assemblyman. Then we were to come to district level, we were come to regional level, and then national level. This became truncated at a point when the Western world was putting pressure on us to go by their type of democracy, which is partisan politics. And if I recall, the late President John Rawlings warned us against that, because we were building our own type of what? Democracy. Here's how it was supposed to work. And I'm sure you know it, because Professor Ahoy, they were the thick of things. So this is Nima. We are close to Nima, right? So Nima, we meet. What are the needs of what? Nima. In terms of education, social, structures, and so on and so on. We put this together. What are the needs of Mamobi? What are the needs of Kubabi, where my mother is still residing? What are the needs of, and all these come together, and then we are able to move this to the next level. So when the district assemblies meet, what they were supposed to have been doing is to find out what all these needs that have come from these various areas cost, what it will cost. And then you build what we call the district budget. I was the chairman of the Social Services Subcommittee of the Assembly at Dangbe East, so I know what I'm talking about. So we are able to put this together, and then it goes to the regional council, what they are now called coordinating, regional coordinating council. And this builds up the budget. So by the time you are having a national budget, I know that in that budget, Nima will be provided with a mosque, a chapel, a school, Kochubabi, this. But that's not what we see. We are running a politics where you have both decentralization and also centralization at the same time. And this is partly what is affecting this galamsey. I was on another radio station and I mentioned that who are the allodial custodians of these Galamsey areas, the chief of the or the district chief executive or the regional minister. They are loyal custodians of Henia Chamini. Galamsey is who? It's the chief. But the chief does not know that Samuel Kofi Osabute has come from China or has been given license by somebody from somewhere to come and dig something. And then we leave them out. And then later on we go back to the chiefs are selling this. So I'm saying that the whole government, structure in terms of if we want to develop, and if you realize during Rawlings time, the development was faster. Because it was the assemblies that were bringing the agenda. My office at Adanfor had electrification quickly. Because that is what the people wanted at the time. So there is something fundamental, I don't know, in this review, how do we look at governance to, is there, that's for you, the lawyers. How do we marry local governance against central governance? It's not there. And then the projects begin to stall. Tomorrow, this person comes and he says, this is my manifesto. Why the people are suffering on the ground? So I think that we need to change the structure if it can be changed by constitution. That's what I'm saying. We were on a very good path at that time, but we lost our way somewhere, and then we brought the party politics and it's creating these problems.
I think, again, there's broad consensus on that the local government, the decentralization project has lost its way. I think there is bipartisan acceptance of that in principle. From everybody we've talked to, nobody likes the current situation. Okay. But the answer, I think, goes beyond electing MMDCs. There is also that acceptance that there needs to be some structural reform for this to work. Because just like I said, if election was the cure-all, then Accra will end up with about 30 mayors. Will that solve the problem? Between Osuklote and maybe, I don't even know, between Osuklote, past Jamestown, you could end up with actually 3 or 4 mayors, or 5. Some mayors, MMDCs is what I'm calling them, right? But in some previous work that we had done at CDD, we started a project called Cities Monitor. We were trying to look at rank the country's cities on certain benchmarks, delivery of services on sanitation, this, that. And the very first problem we encountered is, what's the city? What cities are we? What are the boundaries of the city we are talking about? And we got local government people in the room, all of us. This took like weeks deliberating on if you are going to rank cities, Accra, Cape Coast, Kumasi, where are the boundaries of Accra? What is Accra? AME alone is Accra? It's not, right? Yes, the greater Accra city, the greater city of Accra. Even that, where are the boundaries? When I was a kid, Accra Tema City Council had one city council. Does Nungwa constitute part of Accra today? Does the boundary of Accra extend to Nungwa? On the one side, does it go to Bawe or where? So we've cut up this territory in so many districts to satisfy political needs that it has become difficult to run the space. And so you go from Osu just to maybe Tepa Station, and then another district starts. Who collects the refuse in between, we don't even know. So there is a problem, a structural problem to cure on the district assembly issue and the decentralization. And I think they both recognize that both parties, it's not an easy solution, right? And the election is only the beginning. Even Honorable Aikotu has also presented us with another difficulty. If you elect mayor in Accra, maybe, I don't know if Jamestown Jamestown may be different, but if he says that if you start electing and you don't bring parties, which is also where a lot of the pattern of the service we have done. A lot of people want us to elect MMDCs, but they don't want parties to be involved. If you take parties out, and the parties play a filtering kind of role in the selection of the candidates, right? So if you took parties out, Honorable Aikotu is telling us, well, if you elect these things in this space without any qualification, you may never elect again. That's just one problem. That's just one problem, right? So it is not a very easy issue, right? How do you take care of all those kinds of sentiments and you know, and concerns? How do you take on board those concerns so that, again, like we said, we don't want to do things that will worsen social cohesion, that will polarize society. I mean, that's part of what we are trying to achieve. So if you are aiming for a cure to the local government problem, but the cure comes at the expense of someone, how do you do these things? You know, so it's not. So I think, you know, sometimes we will be helped as a committee if there are more concrete solutions that anticipate some of the issues that are coming up from a particular solution and say, okay, then let's do it this way or that way. Or there's a model. You go to England, not every city elects its mayor. Even in England today, not every city elects its mayor, and the one that elect, they can choose one of three models. Not all of them elect the same mayor the same way. You know, so the City of London will do it one way, Bristol will do it the other way, some other. So there's some asymmetry in the system because they realize that local governments are at different places. So we need more, you know, models and more proposals around how you do these things. It's not a one-size-fits-all. Maybe we don't need to elect 261 mayors across the country. Some places, they don't even have a market, but they have a district. They don't have a local property tax base. You are going to elect your mayor, and the money is still going to come from the consolidated fund to pay everybody at the local council. Is that what we want? You know, there are deeper issues here. You know, so what are the concrete things that we can do so that in solving one problem, we don't create other problems?
Thanks for the opportunity. I'm not a legal eagle. I'm not a government official. But I'm going to say something that would probably make me very unpopular. But so, you know, we're trying to find solutions. Hasn't it arrived at a time when maybe resources should be distributed amongst all the regions and let the regions develop themselves from the bottom up, not from the top down? Hasn't it arrived at a time because the whole country is vacant? The whole country is represented now in Accra physically. Isn't it time that we get the resources to be distributed evenly amongst the regions and let the regions develop themselves with pride and need and knowing exactly what they need to develop? Because all these people representing other people is not working. Or is it?
I mean, that's what the Kenyans I think they came to that decision in 2010.
And what are we waiting for? It's an Afrimocracy. That's what we want, and that's what we need. We need an Afrimocracy, not something we don't understand. We need something that will work for us as Africans.
We threw away federalism by our own choice in 1950-something, you know, and since then, I mean, when we went that way, many other countries in Africa followed. Kenya followed, also rejected regionalism. You know, our 57 Constitution, as originally drafted, had these regional assemblies and all of those things. And we said we didn't want federalism. So we rejected it. Kenya did the same. They rejected their independence constitution. After so many years, they came back to a system where they said, look, power is too centralized in Nairobi. We need to devolve power from the center to the local. And so they have pretty much gone federalism without mentioning the word federalism.
Exactly.
So they have 47 counties, they call them. They don't want to call them provinces or regions. They have a governor, which is elected at the regional level.
Exactly.
They have a legislature at the regional level, almost, right? And I think it's basically, being very realistic.
Yes.
The Kenyans have gotten to a point where they said, look, but I also think we are too binary. You don't have to be a federalist or a unitarist. You don't have to be a unitary state or a federalist state. You can have a unitary state, but with fiscal federalism, the fiscal side of things, in terms of resources. And this is what the Kenyans have done. In terms of resources, they have found a way to shift substantial resources to the counties, their regions, so that they can do their own development at that local level. It's not a perfect solution, but it's working better in some respects. Those who have looked at Kenya local government before and after think that it is better than before.
Yes.
And I think we are boxed too much into old ways of thinking about these issues. If it is not working, as it is not, why
are we doing the same
thing?
Yes.
If 261 districts just don't make sense in the space called Ghana, if 30 mayors would not make sense in Accra, are we willing and ready to consolidate and say, get within the Accra space, Accra West, Accra Central, Accra North, South, just use the geographic quadrants and the compass, and say, in all of this space, there are only 5 or 4 mayors, and that they are responsible for collecting all the property tax in this area, pay their own staff, and the central government brings just money for capital expenditure, for example. Can we do this across the whole space? Can we restructure? Do we have the appetite for it? Do we really, are we in a place where we accept? Change here is very, very, very slow. People are just not easy to move. So it is, I get your sentiment, and I also sometimes feel like, the solutions to the problems we have, appear, we seem to know it, but nobody wants to take the first step.
Well, people are dying before their time because of that. And people, life is not a dress rehearsal. So I think if some few people are put in power to take care of the majority, they have a lot of responsibility to those people. I know we all know it, but like you said, where is the will? But we have to grow the will. We shouldn't wait for outsiders to come and teach us the way, because that is what will inevitably happen.
But the process we are doing is also a political process in the end, right? We have to deliver a document to a political class that must build consensus bipartisan for it to get the votes. You need to change the constitution, right? Whether it's entrenched or not entrenched. If it's entrenched, it goes to a referendum. 40% of Ghanaians must go to vote, approve it by 75%. That's a high threshold. Even the non-entrenched ones, it requires at least 2/3, right? So it is ultimately a political process. Are we at a place where, and one of the engagements we had with the former president, so that's fine, it's a great idea to re-amalgamate, but can you do it politically? Is it going to be acceptable? When you give a district to an area, and you are going to take it back and say it's no longer efficient to run the country this way. So join up again. And let's get maybe from 261, let's end up with, say, 50 viable economic units that can actually run a local economy. Are we at a place where this is possible? So it's also the politics of it. It's not just it's not just a technical exercise of coming up with the best idea. It's an idea that can win acceptance across the country and among the political class. So it takes a lot of conversation. I think, the period we have for this is probably not sufficient to get us to that point. The Kenyans, it took them almost something close to a civil war for them to realize
But that's
this is going real bad.
That's exactly what I'm saying. We shouldn't wait for that to make the decision for us. Why is it that human beings like the hard way? Why do you want to wait for it? Because it will come. It has been on the cards and it will come. If it's not aliens are going to take us over, something must give, and it will give. We shouldn't wait for it. We should start directing our own future now. And not wait for others to do it for us.
The conversation on natural resources, on Galamsey, right? So it's very interesting, right? So there's clearly, when you look at the opinion that is emerging, there's an acceptance that you can no longer just go to a local community, take their resource in the name of state ownership, bring it to the Minerals Commission in Accra or anywhere, and then forget about them, right? And expect that the people in Takwa or Pristia or Bogoso or somewhere will be happy with the arrangement. So the idea that local communities must have a say-so in what you do with exploiting their minerals. They must have a say-so both on the front end of taking the resource away from them and also giving back something specific to them. Some point in history, we thought, no, that's not acceptable. We are all one country, so no local community must be giving anything, right? This is cocoa politics from even cocoa that is not mined. It's produced by people. The idea that any person in a local area, in Ashanti or anywhere, would want more of the cocoa money to stay there was repugnant to our idea of building one nation, right? Now we have come to a point where we are saying, no, if you have a mineral, to stop Galamsey, we must give you a title to some of the mineral and all of that. So I think views are emerging, maybe in small pockets. Maybe we can start with the National Resource Governance area and see how you test the idea. Even this local government stuff, maybe we pilot it, start with a pilot and see how it works, because we've never done it before. If you just start up and say, everybody should elect their MMDC 261, what exactly does it mean? What are the implications? Could we start with the regional capitals and see how it works and then polish it over time? So, there are a lot of issues out there, and that is why we are taking the pains to talk to as many different constituencies and groups as possible to get not just buy-in, but to really present the problem the way it is. In 2019, when we almost went to a referendum on local government, we thought it was just about electing MMDCs. Had we elected MMDCs in that time, there probably would have been chaos today, because we didn't think about all of the other consequential effects of that decision. So it's a good conversation to have, and I'm happy that views are evolving around what's possible. I think what we should avoid is taking binary positions. It's not either or. The best solutions will probably lie somewhere in the middle. It's not about being federal or being unitary. You can have blends, pick good ideas from federalism, blend it with unitary states, and you can get the arrangement we are talking about. We want this country to be developed across the board, not just Accra. Why is everybody? This is not, it is because the other places are not developed. And all of their resources have been taken and been put in cantonments or somewhere. So it's a fair conversation to have. I mean, we all would like to see a country that is developed across the board, not so imbalanced and having nowhere to go.
Should I say something?
I want to add one more item to the plate you have, not by any means divert attention from the local government thing, but I think we need from our friends from the faith community their take also on the question of political party activities, political party regulation, or their take on the general nature and behavior of political parties in our governance. We all know that this constitution is based on multi-party system. We've come to almost a two-party system in practice. And we are also aware of how the whole management of political parties produces some of the difficulties in governance, the problems of corruption, the high levels of expenditure in elections, the control of parties in parliament, and even on the presidency, and so on and so forth. And I think it would be helpful if we have our elders of the faith communities to help us with their views on this important matter. Again, the idea of local government also, the local governance system, political party, the political party issue gets involved there. Whether or not we are electing mayors on party levels, we do know, and the political parties themselves will tell you that they actually work, they are involved in the whole process of non-party-based election of district assembly members and the appointment of the MMDCs and so on. So I thought I should raise this before we end the day.
Yes. Prof, can I speak? Thank you. Yes. I'm happy we're having this conversation, especially on local governance, and Prof has also brought in the political structure that we have. Actually, the Catholic Bishops' Conference were with the president, I think about 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. We spoke on that issue. See, the way things, maybe I will share the script with you later. It's not a lengthy script in a way. They realized that the way our politics is going is not the best. We don't take care. The future may not be bright for us, because they said they have tested the two parties 16 years, and nothing good is coming out of it. And people are getting agitated, and we are sitting on a time bomb. So they mentioned, the Constitutional Review Commission must look at it and work at it. I'm happy that you've mentioned it. Yeah, I will share a bit of that with you, because it was written. People are getting frustrated, disillusioned about this whole democracy, thinking it was going to bring about development, but that's not what they are experiencing. I think 4 years, or 3 years or 4 years ago, this referendum on local governance came up, and we spearheaded it. I went throughout the country campaigning. Everybody actually was happy. The only thing that came up later on was that of the being partisan, and people were not in agreement. You see, and for me, it struck me. It means, and now I was explaining to people, but they seem not to understand what I was saying. For them, he said, no, you wouldn't allow the parties to get into this. Meaning what? It meant that they are dissatisfied with your constitution, with your democracy, everything. I said, you must be careful. Oh. It's not good for us. They said it in other language. People couldn't read into it. But because I was spearheading this local governance and so forth, I said, it means our system, they are not happy. And especially the youth. That is why I agree with the lady when he said we shouldn't wait. So I'm happy today, but Prof, I like the way you were monitoring this aspect especially. You see, we go right, and you say, look at left. You say, you are right, though. We go left, say, look at the center. That is right. And you said that they all agreed with local government kind of a thing. Decentralization in the chapter 20 of the Constitution, it means even in that, you say that it opens it and say take it up later. They didn't complete everything because it wasn't easy. So yes, everybody agrees. Local governance, it's true. You see, governance has to do with participation, transparency, accountability. So let the people themselves be part of the governance system. That's what local governance is. But how do we do it that we achieve this without actually committing the same crime of making money the center of our democracy? Are we going to elect those numbers once it's 260 something with people campaigning? We are never the same thing. So I'm going to be brief. For the system, the change, we must. But how do you go about it? We need a lot of conversation around it. We need a lot of conversation around it. That people must understand. So, you see, there are one or two things that say, you see, when we are fighting Galamsey, for me, I say Galamsey is a local governance issue, not a central government issue. Once we failed, the late president failed in fight, the former president failed to fight Galamsey with the military, I said, we are in for trouble. We are in for trouble. We'll be blaming the president, this president, and that president. Now they say that, how can you say this? We need local governance, but not throwing away the central one. No, I also don't believe that. We must have to shape our own destiny, and we need a lot of conversation around it. I agree with you, Prof. We don't have conversation around it. Do we have to vote for elect 200 something MMTCs? Do we need that? Is that what we need? Is that what we call decentralization? Is that the only thing? No. And in fact, when we were campaigning for it, I was with the IDEC and so on. There were going to be so many, constitutional amendments as a result. Because you trigger this one, it affects the others. So you have to look at all this. And it shouldn't be only the lawyers, the elite. You must do more advocacy for the people to understand, buy into it. They have ideas, so you don't need to go to university to be intelligent. Our forefathers didn't go to university and so on, but they were very intelligent. If you look at the problem we're having in terms of the environment, it's a local governance issue. Local governance issue. Even what you were discussing here in terms of the banning on the drumming and so on, I said this is a local governance issue. Once it goes beyond from the local community, it becomes a security issue. So, in fact, the local governance, maybe you may have to suggest something. If we can write something, we bring it to you. It is not a matter of just sitting 1 day, 2 days. We need to consider around it. We need it. It must come on. That is our savior. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I think that the dissatisfaction with our governance system, the signs are clearly on the wall. Let's look at even voter apathy. Look at voter turnout, increasingly coming down. The youth especially they are very dissatisfied. A lot of I have led Catholic youth for at least the past 6 years. And I can tell you for a fact that a lot of the youth are no longer interested in going to queue to vote. This sort of winner takes all, and the fact that family and friends, power is rested in a few people. How do we solve it? Because the dissatisfaction is growing. And if we don't take care, it will get to a time that it will choke us. The youth do not queue to or they do not come out for demonstration because they want to, but it's because of the system that is failing them. If I cannot get job in my community and everything is rested at the central point for employment, and increasingly unemployment rate is going high, there are no creation of jobs at the local government or the local level. So the signs are on the wall. It's high time we really need to sit down and look at our governance structure, and especially the fact that power is rested in few hands who win elections. Rested in just a few hands who win his election. And mind you, it's not as if we are dissatisfied with democracy, but we are dissatisfied with the system in which the democracy is being run on, and the things that are embedded in the Constitution, to the extent that appointment is made by few people. So if you are not aligned, it means that you cannot benefit. So you necessarily have to align to be able to benefit. Necessarily, you have to align to one powerful person in governance to be able to benefit. So the governance system really needs to be looked at. Really, really needs to be looked at. And as I mentioned earlier, the signs are on the wall. You look at the voter apathy, I mean, it's really going high. How many people voted in the last election? It's the lowest we have had. Lowest voter turnout. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Speaking to the issue Prof. Kakari put on the table regarding how political parties are behaving, I see to it that the profligate spending habits of political parties and politicians has a correlation with corruption. And my brother, Reverend Dr. Serifai, was asking for a more transparent asset declaration. That is to address the issue of corruption. And this brings us to the fact that if we don't check corruption very well, we continue to see the pattern we are seeing. It appears that we have many laws addressing, tools to fight corruption, but then they are strewn about in many documents. I've just had a look at Chapter 18 of the Constitution, and Article 248, delineating the functions of Shiraj to investigate complaints of, among other things, corruption. We have the OSP also tend to be addressing the issue of corruption. We have the IOCO also. It's not time for us to amalgamate or consolidate provisions of tools to fight corruption than to go piece and pieces in all those kind of directions. That's our take for now. I thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you, Professor Chair. The issue by Professor Kakari about religion and politics, I will call it. I think the two are intertwined. And politicians are in the church or the mosque or part of various faiths. And so we honor, we respect their work as also a calling. But when it comes to campaigns, I remember when there was change of power in the year 2000, former President Kufuor paid a visit to President Rawlings and then made a joke that, indirectly trying to apologize that when we stand on the platform, there are things we say that probably unethical or out of excitement. So as people of faith, I think that apart from preaching, in church, the ethics, for people to behave ethically, the law should also apply when people are on the political platforms. It seems as if once you mount the platform, you can say anything, you can insult, you can say anything, and to be taken as in that context, that because of the struggle for power, the campaign, you have to hit your opponent, from all angles. And I think that should be looked at so that you are not exempted from, as it were, prosecution or punishment when you are on the political platform. I think this is very important. And I think my Catholic youth was talking about, not being rewarded or getting a job if you don't belong to a certain political party. And I think that also talks about the winner takes all, or the president being too powerful, has been said over and over again. Is affecting our state institutions because there's a certain lack of objectivity and, if you like, efficiency in our institutions because you are appointed. I think almost all state organizations, once you are appointed, there can be loyalty in the negative sense to the appointing authority. And so when the appointing authority is going wrong, we don't have the moral courage to actually do the right thing or to correct. And so I think that I would like to add my voice that most state institutions should either promotion by the hierarchy in that organization or interviews, instead of being appointed, because I think it goes a long way to affect the efficiency of our organizations. Because it is, apart from sensitive institutions, maybe like the security forces, etc., the rest, financial institutions, and others, I'm of the view that promotion should be done from within the organization based on experience, efficiency, if you like. Yeah, that's my submission.
People are already exhausted. I can tell we have achieved our goal of exhausting you. That was part of the plan of making everybody. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Thank you. Following from all the contributions that have been made, it confirms to me what some young people told me some few weeks ago. People want instant gratification because they think that, well, we see people in politics who haven't had any work experience or sometimes no qualification at all, but they do the rough work for politicians and they are rewarded. So if they pick this bottle from here to this place for me, they look into my face expecting me to reward them. The other thing is, when President Trump started this immigration thing, I was asking them, so with what is going on, do you still want to go? They said no matter what, they will go. I said, what? They said they don't care, and that because I have been going, I don't want them to go. I said no. But if I were you, with what is going on, I wouldn't. But they said it's still better over there. So they will still go. So they will abandon their country. There is no sense of loyalty. There is no integrity, nothing, because they don't see that being exhibited by people in positions of authority and power. That is the level of disillusionment of the youth. So please, we have a long way to go. We need to do a lot more education, a lot more sensitization, appeal to people's conscience. I don't know how loyal and patriotic we could be, but I don't know, but we have to keep talking. And those of us here, we can start tonight. we should do examine ourselves, do introspection, deep one, and see whether we are also falling short somewhere. Because I can tell you to do one thing, but I wouldn't do it. So we've got to walk the talk and set examples for people to see that we are not just talking, but we are acting. We are taking action. Maybe, just maybe, that will help us, backed by prayers. Thank you.
This is.
Once again, thank you very much for the opportunity. I just want to raise two little matters. First of all, I think that the issue of appointing majority of ministers from Parliament ought to stop. Because increasingly, we are not getting the quality people into Parliament. And monetization is getting increasingly more there because everybody knows that to be a minister which would enable you to have access to practically unlimited material resources, you must get to Parliament. I do not think that the purpose for which it was intended to get ministers elected from, chosen from Parliament is being achieved. It's actually been defeated. And now we are not getting parliamentarians in the kind of oversight activity that we should require of them, of the executive. So the executive has become too powerful in Parliament and even too powerful in the judiciary. So the executive has become an albatross in this country. And that links with everybody's complaint that the presidency is too powerful. So I want a clear decision taken to remove that issue that majority of ministers should come from Parliament. We should take it out. It hasn't helped us and will not help us subsequently. The other point that is a general matter, it doesn't matter how good we frame a constitution. Ultimately, it's the quality and integrity of the people who run our systems. We can have nice institutions established. Unfortunately, in this country, I've come to realize that the elites, and especially the professionals, we lack moral courage. Anyone who gets appointed, somebody must sign your letter of appointment. Unfortunately, we think that anyone who signs our letter of appointment becomes our slave master. Even professionals think so and behave so. And so it makes them believe that by appointing you, you are their slave. And they move you to do what they know you know is wrong, because you are prepared to allow yourself to do the wrong thing. And that is why, for instance, even our judiciary is suffering, because people have come to realize that they cannot trust even the judiciary, which will be the ultimate instrument to protect us all. Because the people who are appointed, they think they are appointed by politicians, and by reason of that appointment, they don't use their own brains, and they don't have integrity and honor. So the moral turpitude that has arisen in this country is awesome. It's awful. And I think that when we used to have the system of maybe civic education, now we have downplayed that. And I think that the churches, the mosques, and all of that, the politicians, they are in our churches, they are in our mosques. Unfortunately, even our priests think that when they contribute to us, they are good to go. And they don't have the moral strength even to correct them quietly, even in their churches or in their mosques. So we should look at the moral fiber, the breakdown of the moral fiber of our nation. And I don't know, the Commission for Civic Education, I don't think that either they are not empowered enough or they don't know what they are about. Maybe because all of us haven't even agreed on the direction that we should go. But until we are able to understand that we cannot build a nation without the integrity of the people of the nation being assured, it doesn't matter the laws we pass, because the laws must be enforced, and it's human beings that must enforce them. Who watches over the watchman? Ultimately, that is the question. Thank you.
To our last two contributors, I think between the two of them, they've summed up really what it is that we have been talking about here since this morning. We are really most grateful to you for accepting our invitation to be here and actually staying through to this late hour and giving us your very candid and very sincere opinions and views about a whole range of issues, both faith-related and beyond, into other civic realm. Really, beyond the political parties, I think organized religion is probably the most powerful mobilizing force in our society. So I think when you do weigh in on these big issues that we are trying to grapple with, I think you come to it with quite some weight and a moral voice, and I think it's important that we've gotten your take on a number of these big issues that we're grappling with. It's not easy to counterweight these political parties. I think maybe the last interest groups, so-called, that we are going to be talking to, which is the faith community and then the National House of Chiefs. I think, maybe it's fair to say that one view is that you and the chiefs and the politicians run this country. Basically, that we are governed by a triumvirate comprising clergy, politicians, and the chiefs. And that, therefore, you are part of the problem. and so you ought to be a big part of the solution. And I think, I'm glad that implicitly, I think this conversation proved that you have more or less accepted that verdict and that role. And I think it's a healthy one, really, because the task, we are just 8 people, chosen, from various backgrounds to take a look at it. This issue, we cannot, it's clear from everything we've done since we were set up that if we had decided that this is a committee of experts, we're going to sit in a room, and do this by ourselves, we would have gotten so many things wrong. I mean, because every meeting we have, we discover new things. We have this new insight that we never would have thought about. I mean, every single engagement we have had has come up with really a different way of looking at the country, a different way of looking at governance, and a different perspective on some problem we never really would have thought about. So thank you again. This has been extremely productive. In the course of the discussion, a couple of written proposals have come from some of the groups that were not able to attend this meeting, and I was just really running through one of them, extremely helpful insights, and I invite and encourage all of you to please do the same even after today, if you can reduce some of the things you've said into writing and assist us with a written document. I think this would help us. Some of these things cannot go into the Constitution, but at least it will begin a conversation that can be continued either in Parliament or in some other forum. I mean, you read many modern constitutions, what cannot go into the Constitution, they will tell you Parliament should take this up within this period. Sometimes they give the Parliament the guidelines or principles according to which they must resolve the problem. Those are all in the Constitution. It's also part of the Constitution. So if we are unable to find something explicitly expressed, stated in the Constitution, there are other ways we can bring public attention to it so that it continues the dialogue, because really our mandate, it's not long enough for us to be able to come up with a document that even highlights all of these problems. So I think this is very helpful. But to re-echo the point my brother made in the last comment, even as defective as we think our Constitution is, I'm sure that if it were given to some other people, same Constitution given to some other people will produce different results. Some positive, some negative, which means that the people matter. Really it's not the text. It's the integrity, issues of character, issues of moral courage also matter. And that, I think, throws the ball back into your court. Our schools and our churches and our mosques have a monumental role to play in this exercise beyond the Constitution. I think really many people, I heard one leader recently say that the problem of Ghana is character. And that one we cannot do very much about. So ultimately, I think the faith community plays a huge role here. We will see what the chiefs also have to say when we meet them, but I think this has been extremely helpful to us. Yes. Thank you. So we will, as of Monday, start our rounds in the country. We are starting from the northernmost part of the country and then working our way down south. And we encourage you, we will, I think, be publishing our itinerary or calendar of zonal engagements on our website, constitutionreviewgh.org. Please tell your members, your congregants, and other community people to patronize these events, and you are also invited to show up again, or to let your colleagues outside of Accra be present at these events to also help us delve further into these issues, especially at the local level. I agree with you. How to really reconstitute this space at the local level, how to re-empower local communities so that we can have a proper devolution of power to local levels and have people really participating in their own destiny. That's a very important part of the conversation. So help us to get your people to these events so that they can contribute meaningfully to this exercise. So we thank you very much. In accordance with the agreement that we started the morning with, I think, the Muslims will give us... Yes, we will publish, the website will have, and we will issue a public communication where we'll be holding the meetings and what dates and all of that. So the views, submissions at Constitution Review GH. So can we put it up there somewhere? Submissions at constitutionreviewgh.org is where to send written communication. Our offices are also on Abdul Diouf Road. I think it's the office of the President Annex, just adjacent to, I think, the office of the District Assembly Common Fund Administrator. It's somewhere in the Ridge area, not too far from the National Cathedral. Not too far from that location. We are just behind it, and there's an office there. There's always somebody present. You can deliver a hard copy as well if you happen to find yourself there. But otherwise, send it to us at Constitution GH, submissions at constitutionreviewgh.org. And I think on that note, we will close, and following the agreement, we will give our Muslim brethren and sisters the opportunity to close the day's event for us. Well, earlier the better, but we have at least 1 month of travel ahead of us, so there is still time. Yeah, so, yeah. Anyone wants to volunteer to close it from the religious duopoly, the other half of the duopoly?
In fact, my Lord, when he prays on, today is what? On Tuesdays. In fact, when he prays on Tuesdays, in fact, it goes straight.
No.
Let us pray. Almighty God, Almighty Allah, we want to give you thanks and praises in the manner that is most befitting of your holiness and highness. Thank you for this whole long day. Thank you for inspiration. Thank you for guidance. Thank you for protection. Thank you for the chairman and the members of the Constitutional Review Committee. Thank you for the life of all those who responded to this invitation and has made wonderful contributions. Almighty God, you have given us a country, the laws of which we are here to look at it and see how we can move this country forward. But we know our limitations. You are the one who guides countries. You are the builder. You are the constructor. And so we rely on you. Guide this committee and make them come out with a result that will stand the test of time, the reason for which we shall continue to give you thanks. Keep our country together. Deepen our love, deepen our cohesion, grant us protection, clean our hearts and minds, that truly, 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 we can be of service to our country. Restore us to peace as we have done in the past. All other nations wherein there is no peace and harmony, we cry unto you that grant them peace. Bless every single person who is here. Open the doors of your bounties to them and grant them protection. As we leave this place, grant us your traveling mercies. Let us reach our places of residence in peace, so we can give you thanks as we have done in the past. Now we still even give you the thanks, and eternally in the future we'll continue the thanks to